props to Mino for dominating in both. And then we've got Ton as well, who is I'm not too familiar with Ton actually. Looks familiar in
It
terms
does.
of the name, but I don't seem to have a lot of history attached to the name, which is interesting.
So
That is
those are three of our matchups. Then
Yeah.
we got Peto Bluebird versus Engasimo. I think Engasimo is from South America, and these are two newer names that are about to battle it out. And we're about to see some new heroes crowned tonight, and that is really, really nice to see. Three of
True.
the best players in V2, the top three from AxieCon, all got first rounded.
That is wild. 1, 2, and 3. For those who are unfamiliar, it is Sebastian Pozo, Rosti, and Thunderstruck. All these players who just came back from a hiatus of Axie because they wanted to focus on life, and I guess they prefer V2. As soon as the tournament started, round 1, they all got demolished. But it is good because that means that people are still practicing V2. Even with this time of Origins, there's a lot of players that are still very strong, and they are not, like, because for example, you'd assume that this game being inactive for a while, whoever was dominant before would remain dominant again, like these three people. But because they got knocked out, that means that yes, there is a strong want from the community of V2, and it's even reflected in that round 1 knockoff of these three players.
Well, it's also crazy because I'm pretty sure all three of them still had their AxieCon Axies and nothing really changed, right? So
That's true.
they're sitting there on like the best Axies possible, and now there's a guy like Moose who's got a $6 team and he's out here in the top 8. So I'm very, very excited to see who's going to end up winning this tonight. And, everyone's getting a chance. They get a chance to become heroes.
Wild. Very, very wild. Huge shout out as well. Sky Mavis for providing us with the opportunity to make this throwback a reality. Shout out to E4E as well for being the organizing team behind the scenes that are making this happen. This is all because of those two organizations. Huge shout out to these two organizations.
Yeah, and we have some big announcements to make later on in the show.
Ooh.
So make sure you guys stick around because tonight is going to be non-stop action with some big announcements. It's going to be real exciting. I've been talking to Pause 2 about this for a couple months now, and I feel like it is about to be, a huge shift in, in a certain direction.
Nice.
For certain people. I don't want to leak too much. It's still too early. It's still too early.
Wild. Very wild indeed. Very wild.
I think we are ready for our first match. It's going to be Moose, Malakas, and Cash. We're going to take a look at their Axie pools, and let's see what they're working with.
Ooh. So Moose's full name is Moose Malakas, and Malakas is a Filipino word meaning strong. So that is something that might be showcased for today. And with the looks of it, he needs to be strong with 5 Axies being brought to the table versus 10 Axies from Cash's side. Look at that.
What?
That's wild.
Interesting Axie pool also. Like if you're going to go with 5 Axies, and that's interesting. But he's got a lot of things in there, right? And if he's got his teams down and he knows how to play them, he's got some egg bait in there. He's got the heavy beast attack. He's got the perfect tank, and then he's got the Chomposaurus with the Kestrel. So those are some strong Axies all within their own right. How they work together and how he uses them is going to be a very, very big question. On the other side, Cash, he's got what you expect from like the top 8 AxieCon perfect Axie pool. He's got it all. He's got the Reflectile. He's got the backdoor Aqua. He's got the perfect tanks, the spears, and the bug, right? And some different options. The Aquas too. They're like the perfect ones if you like that style. So he's sitting on a very, very sick team.
That is very true indeed. So in terms of Moose's lineup, it looks like it is a mix of backlines, because I think that that plant is gonna be the front line 100%, and I feel that that beast is the midliner. While it can be any backline, it can be the bird with bait, it can be the bird with speed up, and then it can also be the Disablosaur that disables both the horn and the mouth via Kestrel and Hotbutt, and then follows up with a stun from the Chomp. So very, very interesting from Moose's side. Cash, on the other hand, can, as you said, go all out because lunges. He even has the small tweaks. Like for example, lunge. Usually you'd see a bug splat in there from that Goda Axie with the Dusk. But then this one has Timber, which means it can generate a lot of shields if needed. It can swing for big damage, and it can also set up turns via Goda. At the same time, Double Aqua is very strong, and I think the front line of his Double Aqua would be that same Dusk with a Goda. And he's got the tweak on the Koi as well. Because the Koi is a speed up Axie, that top right Axie on Cash's side. It's got a speed up via Koi, but it then also has another speed up via Arco. So it can even outspeed that bird that we see there from
even
Moose's
speed
side.
faster than the Speedster. So
Exactly.
I have a question. What composition does Moose have that beats Spears? Let's just start with like the obvious, right? Spears are so strong in the current meta, and he's got some real good ones. So
Yeah.
what does Moose do to beat the Spears? Can he, with, because there's a lot of bird in there, he probably have to use that beast, but then that beast will also die really quickly. If he runs into a cattail, that could be just game over instantly. So what do you think about that? What can beat the Spears if,
Definitely not the birdies, sadly.
Right?
Is the
bird
thing,
team-
because they die from 2 to 3 spears basically. If one of those crit, it's just lights out immediately from there. So as soon as he baits with Eggshell, 1 to 2 spears plus a follow-up attack just instantly KOs that bird. Same goes for that Speedster bird as well, because as soon as the beast's done, then it's a few easy attacks from lunges. So I think the main option would be the Disablosaur, is what I'm going for. If I'm playing in Moose's side of the table, I might bring in Plant Front, Beast Mid, Disablosaur back, and try to disable the cards from the lunge Axies. But the thing is, that's such an obvious pick for Cash's side. Like, Cash definitely would see that.
Just as a thought experiment to what beats his best team, right? So does Cash even need to use another team, or does he just go with the Spears because he's like, all right, they're just better? I mean, even the Beast, I feel like the Beast is probably slower than the Dusk, right?
Yeah.
And probably both Dusks, actually, and possibly even the Reptile. So the Beast might just not be able to go as soon as the tank dies. So I feel like if Cash were to just play aggressive, as soon as the tank dies, the Beast dies next turn, and then the Disablosaur is in a 1v3 like Ushka.
Yeah. What does Disablosaur disable? It looks like it disables the lunges and the catfish of the backline Axie of Cash, which means it's gonna be Scarabs and Cottontails would be the only plays that Cash would. There's potential, I think, from the Disablosaur to be brought out. There is a high chance that that is what we see basically from Moose's side of the table. So yeah, let's see if Cash would be able to counter out of that, because it's very visible is the only issue that I can say.
The double aquas from Cash would also be real strong, real strong, because he could just speed up past the birds, and his attacks would do so much damage, and he's a very strong player. So I'm excited to see what Moose brings to the table. He made it here through a big pool of very good players. I know in the Philippines, V2 never really died. People are streaming with thousands of viewers. They love V2 down in PH, and Nick said it in chat earlier. Is like, it feels so nice understanding what every Axie does. I know every move. I know what they do. Like, it's incredible. I'm looking at the Axies and I'm like, wow. I just, for my old school brain, I worked on the balancing of V1 like way back in the day. So there's definitely a special place in my heart for V2. And
Yeah.
now having it come back, and maybe we can get some updates over time too. That would be so much fun. It could just
Yeah.
be its own little cult for all I care. It's cool, right? And I feel like
Yeah.
there could be one that has like a nice player base. And now that Ronin is such a broad, spectrum product with different games from different developers, giving different utilities to Axies as an NFT, with burning mechanisms coming in more and more, use cases for the coins, like it's all coming together now. So now it really seems to make sense to bring back V2 and really solidify it again in the scene for everybody, because everyone now kind of has their own thing, right, that they're
Yeah.
into, whether you play Battle Bears or TMA or Origins or V2. New games coming, land play, the new cooking game. There's a lot of things now that you can do. So we're kind of reaching that next stage of evolution.
All right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think we've got game actually.
Okay,
We
going
are
in.
mid game.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh
Wait
boy.
a minute.
All right.
Why
all right,
is
all right.
Cash down to 1 Axie as soon as we pop in?
Funny, I was gonna say this earlier, but what if Moose plays bait with the Disablosaur in the middle? I didn't get to that. He did play bait, so and he's not even gonna use the egg yet, so he's confident that he's gonna be able to survive this, but I think his math is off.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be Cash's win for this, because that bird is gonna struggle a lot unless big attacks come in that actually kill Cash's Axie. But it looks like it is far from the finish line, because these attacks are just gonna defend
This is,
and the bird. Oh wow.
So I wonder if there was, I guess if he would have egged, he didn't have a disable, so he couldn't have done any disabling.
Yeah.
To get the advantage in the next turn. So I guess either way, he was kind of screwed, and he figured, let's try to go all out with the bird. Because if he got a crit there, it would have been very close.
True that
I think
indeed.
he might have needed 2 crits because of the shield that was put up.
Yeah, and now that you mention crits as well, that is something that is very interesting as well from a content creator side of things. Because aside from the demand of V2 from the player base, content creators actually find V2 to be the funner game, the more entertaining game in terms of like excitement, crits out of nowhere. We don't have that in V3. We've got that in V2. It's funny if it works out. If it doesn't work out, it's even funnier. So that is something that V2 brings, that is looked for in V3 as well, which is interesting from a creator side of things.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It brings a lot more RNG into it. It breaks people's hearts, and it gets people super excited. People win games that they thought they couldn't, and they lose games that they thought were over, right? And that isn't...
Yeah.
And I see the other side of the sword. I see why some people hate it. But for entertainment value, it's fantastic.
That's true indeed. I think we've got game. It is going to be interesting to see what they bring to the table. It is a best of 5, if I remember correctly. That means there's a lot of chances for Moose to get back in, even with the first game loss. So what do you think? What would he be bringing to the table?
I mean, he was not that far off. Maybe we didn't see the beginning, so maybe things didn't go as planned. He could try the beast, but we said he's probably too slow.
Mm-hmm.
And now I think he might run it back, but we'll see. We'll see.
Interesting.
Big crit, Brit, I want to give you a shout out. Old school homegirl right there. Always showing up. I appreciate you. I'm so happy to see you here. I hope the fam is good. And Kylan saying crits for Moose. Hey, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Cash would be Sag, but it is what it is, right? When you got a $6 team and you're in the top 8, you'll take whatever comes your way. That's for sure.
True that indeed. I believe we'll be jumping into the game soon. It should be up and about at any point now. That is going to be exciting. It is going to be interesting to see what these two players bring to the table. I think as you said, Chief, Cash might be safe with bringing out Aquas. That is something that might be interesting as well to see play out.
Because if Moose does run it back, Aquas would be really scary for Moose, because whenever he plays the eggshell, if Cash calls that eggshell, the bird dies. And then he gets this easy 2v1 with his Aquas versus the Disablosaur.
That's true.
Disablosaur is not bad against Aquas per se, but these Aquas have like extra damage, they have beast attacks, they have speed up. Like that Disablosaur is just probably going to get overwhelmed.
True that indeed. And with tail slaps, with Nemo's generating energy, that is a lot of big swings. The backline of Cash actually has Arco as well, which means it's a beast card that dishes out a lot of damage versus reptiles. If, for example, baiting doesn't happen, and then the Disablosaur goes down, then the Arco or the Koi actually speeds up way faster than the other Axie, than the bird. And what happens is that Aqua is going to be able to finish off the bird even before the bird is able to counter back. So very, very interesting that those are options for both sides of this match. So yeah.
I'm excited to get into game 2. I'm cute saying 50 Ron, Cash winning the whole thing. I would also put on another 50 Ron if someone wants to go against it, because I also am going for Cash. That's my boy. He's up 1-0. That's a good start. Let's freaking go. Bring it home. V2. I love when the games come back, or like TMA. I love just having me or my team like win. Just even if it's just the first one, like it's fine, but it feels real good.
That's true. And yeah, it is gonna be exciting to see what happens. Cash, I think, looks like is a favorite for this top 8 by the sounds of things. A lot of players in the chats now are interested.
A lot of new names too, right?
Yeah.
A lot of new
that's
names.
true.
So
that
it's
is
very
true.
interesting. There's a lot of dark horse potential today. And by the end of tonight, we're definitely going to see, who was on their game, who these new up-and-comers are, and they're all going to get a chance to show their stuff. So I think that we're going to be hopping in any second now. They're going for game 2. That is correct. It is a 1-0 score for Cash, and it is about to be game time, baby. Let's freaking go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
I wonder if Cash is over there like, boop, beep, bop, boop, blockchain, beep, 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 what should I do? And it's like, bro, he only has 5 Axies. Make a decision, Cash, and get in there. If he's listening, I'm probably stressing him out now. He's like, oh my God, stop it. I can't take this pressure.
I know Cash scrims a lot with Thunder as well, and that they are the main competitors of MVP Axie GG for these V2 tournaments, which is good to see. That even with Thunder being knocked out from round 1, we've got someone that has been able to jump into the top 8, and I think we are proceeding into game number 2.
We are hopping in. Here we go, ladies and gents. Round 1, and we're coming out with some big hits from Moose. Cash put up the shield though, and didn't even take that much damage, so that was a very big turn for Cash. He used his defensive moves and survived with high HP.
Interesting. I like Cash's setup in a sense where you usually have that Cottontail Axie as the finisher of the triple lunge comp, and Cash is using it as an energy battery and as a buffer before transitioning to the 1v1 scenario. I've never seen that enough. It could be interesting to see how this plays out. What we do see though is Timber. Timber, as you said, is how this Axie is surviving those big attacks. Like, look at that, 242 shields after a Timber swing.
Wow.
That is big. That is very huge.
That one got wasted though, but the Beast is slower than 2 of the 3 Axies. So Cash is going to have the option here with 3 energy to potentially try to eliminate the Beast before it gets to attack. It's going to be tough though.
True that indeed. Only thing is,
bonuses.
all right.
And There it is. All right, so Moose is going all in. He has to. He has to. If there was a cattail here from Cash, he would have been a happy boy. But there is not. Energy gain by Moose. Do not underestimate the energy gain from that Rimp, right? It's pretty insane.
It is very big indeed. The only thing is, it's a very slow Axie. What happens now at this point is Cash's midline Axie could just end that beast even before it does anything. I guess what you want to do is guarantee the attack by having 2 moves instead of 1. If this can shield up, like what cards are remaining? There's still a Goda in there that has 40 shield, plus an Imp, but it doesn't draw it. So how offensive is Cash going? Oh, and yep, he guarantees the attack with 2 hits. It's great because it dodges through the last stand as well, up from the beast.
Perfect move by Cash. Does take some good damage here, but already got his attacks off. This won't do anything because of the shield from Moose, so that was a waste, technically. But that's the game, right? That's why I love V2 right there, is he could have saved that, and it would have just been better. He would have just had 1 more card, 1 more energy, it would have just been better. But you don't know that. You don't know exactly what's going to happen.
You can risk it if you wanted to, but if you risk it...
So close. So close.
So close, yeah. Skipping was huge for Cash as well, because that means he'll have a lot more energy next turn to dish out a lot of damage. Very scary as well is the Numbing Licretion from the backline Axie, because that would disable all of Moose's melee cards, which means Hotbutt and Chomp would be unusable at the point that that Licretion comes in. So it's gonna be very... Hotbutt comes in, plus a Vine Dagger.
And alone, just a little poke, getting rid of all the shield right off the bat is so rough for Moose. He's gonna take so much damage here.
Ow.
And he's got no mouth and no tail to use. Oofshka.
Oh my. And now... I think it is very strong advantage Cash at this point, especially with half the cards being disabled from Moose's side. The Disablosaur got disabled, my bro. Look at that. Oh.
But it doesn't even matter because he gets his shots off before anything could take effect. And Cash going up 2-0.
Wild.
Well done. Well done. He's coming out and leaving, with a statement after 2 games right now. He's got to win 1 more. It's the best of 5. But 1 game away, Moose now has a lot of work to do.
Yeah. With 5 Axies, it's even harder. Because now what, basically? Cash has seen 2 comps from Moose. Any surprises are going to be far in between whatever Moose is going to be showing. He has to pull something out of the bag to keep Cash surprised. If... For example, he went with Beast midline again. As you said, the speed diff is too much. The Beast just can't follow up after a big attack, because all that's going to happen is take 1 big swing, and then you die. You're not even able to capitalize on the last stand. As we saw there, Cash anticipated that. He went 2 attacks. The second attack removed 2 bars from the last stand. Plus, the Cottontail removed the 3rd bar, and that beast was just unable to do anything. So Cash is covering those scenarios as well with his games, and yeah, it is refreshing to see this kind of gameplay. It's been a while for V2 to show up again, and it's fun. So far, so good.
So far, so good. And as these top players with the really perfect Axie pools start matching up, and they start, or players that just show us something new.
Yeah.
As we see these end game matches, I think it's going to get real interesting. Like next round, if Jove makes it, Cash versus Jove, that is a fuego semifinals.
True that indeed. These are they friends? I'm not too familiar with their dynamics as Filipino Axie players.
I mean, I'm sure they know each other.
They must have met each other at some point, right? With the amount of physical tournaments we've had in the Philippines. So yeah, I believe they have, and it would be fun to see them clashing, duking it out in in the throwback, which is very, very interesting to see. Jove as well, I think, has been a strong competitor for Origins as well. He has placed really highly in the Atia Invitational as well as in the actually I think he was in Barcelona as well. Placing really highly. Let's see,
I think
Jove
he
won
was.
AxieCon East Swiss, couldn't play in AxieCon due to visa, and came second recently in the Atia Invitational. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah, and did good at the LU event as well. Got top 3, I think.
Wild.
So yeah, he's a beast, definitely. Moose, go get the W next match. Raul says, "What's up with those traps next to your shoulders, bro? I don't even know, man. It just happened. Tell you.
Big
sick
trap
right now, so I'm giving it full energy. I'm just a little bit sick, but I'm giving it all I got. All right, we are back. We're in game 3. We got Cash on the left, Moose on the right. He's coming out with a cattail,
279 shields again,
and he's gonna just tickle. That was a big old tickle fest. Nothing really happened.
This is one tanky Axie. Like, look at that. Boom. Shields go up again. That depends on the timber damage you do to a plant. And because it's a plant, it triggers, basically. And you get bonus shields at that point. Very, very strong. The only damage that went through is a cattail for 22.
Hey, well, playing that cattail, that's a trigger card, right? Like, once you see the cattail played, then you start making new moves. Then you start making different decisions because you know you can use your beast moves now.
Yeah. That means you can go all out if you wanted to, not afraid of card draw from the opponent. Because for those that are unfamiliar, this plays a little bit differently compared to V3 in the sense that if you discard cards after the turn ends, you discard cards. But in V2, you keep whatever cards you've been drawing. So card advantage here is very, very big as well. And that is what we are seeing right now. Ooh, big attack from the beast, generating a lot of energy, up to 3 again.
Yeah,
hold
on. He's gonna get 2 more. He's gonna have 5 energy. So in a better spot potentially than last time with a different bird in the back as well, right? No eggshell this time. Has the speed up. Is the fastest on the map for sure. Nothing's gonna change there. And with that Arco, maybe. And this is right. He gets another Ronin combo. Oh, but he doesn't get the kill. That would have been the
big.
turn. Moose needed that. That was huge.
Yeah.
If he gets that kill, he has a chance.
Yeah. And what happened was Cash was able to capitalize on that by using Catfish to attack a beast. And Catfish is an aqua move that is stronger against beasts, which meant that Cash was, and that it's a heal card. It's a life steal basically. So the attack you dish out is the amount that you heal up. That's why Cash is back to 120 plus again. That means that follow-up attacks will have to go through 127 damage on top of whatever shields Cash wants to
double talk, right?
Yeah.
So he
double
can
talk
go under
goes
the shield,
through.
which is what he did, but Cash played it smart and did it. He sacrificed the Axie, and that is a big boy. Schmidtical. Oh boy. I don't think it had any impact on the outcome because that bird was going to be one shot, and it was not going to 100-0 that reptile next turn. So, well done. That was a very commanding 3-0 from Cash. Very impressive. Very impressive. So, well done, man. Cash, moving on to the next round.
3-0 lead. Cash ended Moose's chance for winning the throwback, but Moose has done quite a good showing for this tournament. Imagine those 5 Axies that we saw brought him to the top 8 of this tournament, of a tournament where the champions were outed as soon as round 1. So, yep, it is very, very impressive from Moose's side on the table. Props to both players. Cash moves forward. Moose's run ends, and we still have 3 more quarterfinals to go through. It's going to be even more Axie entertainment as the day proceeds. Very, very cool. Very, very exciting.
So while we wait for the next match, the next players to get their matches going, we're going to take like a 1-2 minute break. Stick with us. Remember, we still have a real big announcement coming up later in the show. See you guys in a few minutes.
Gather together, children of light. We have a story to share, the first of many. It all began with a glimmer in the dark unknown. For a millennium, a young sun god explored the cosmos. He grew strong and gained great knowledge on a divine quest for a matching planet to fulfill his existence. He was our sun god, Axie. Finally, he discovered our beautiful Lunasia. Here life began, and blossomed in his loving embrace. But the cosmos is full of riddles, and wherever life reigns, corruption follows. The Chimera descended and infected noble Axie with their venom. Yet the sun's heart remained full of hope. He collapsed, offering that pulse to keep light alive. And from the ashes of the all-loving god, the supreme Axies were born and began to fight. They were outnumbered by the wicked legions, yet pushed forward and were winning the war. Axie's legacy was powering them to victory. Attempted a final, deadly ruse. He sacrificed himself to destroy the moon, allowing the Chimeras to continue their assault. The moon was broken, and many foes remained. The Axies survived, but their power faded. Falling back, they placed moon shards atop ancient totems to power new settlements for their resistance. These are just the first pages of the stories we will tell together. The tales of Lunasia.
Sky Mavis, as a company, started out with Axie, and then eventually, evolved into this grand company that is now building a distribution platform.
Boom, 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 boom.
Going on, everybody. We're back. Just a quick little break. We're gonna hop right back into the action. Our next players are ready to rumble. It is Jove versus Baby Boy. Do you think Baby Boy is gonna bring the upset, or is Jove gonna be our second known name to go through?
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Why? Because Jove is a strong player. Jove is someone who has a lot of history from both V2 and V3. While Baby Boy sounds like he's a dark horse who has actually just shown up out of the shadows into this competition. So it could be anyone's game. It could be experience and expertise versus surprise factor. And if, for example, Baby Boy wins, then it's going to be an upset because I think the favorite at this point is Jove, if it plays out like how Cash played against Moose. It might be another of that, or it could be a huge upset in which Baby Boy either provides strong competition where it goes 3-2 and Jove wins, or it can be one-sided for any player. And either way, it's gonna be wild. Let's have a look. Let's jump into their Axie pools. Let's see. Ooh, both of these players have 10 Axies, so that's a good start. And then aside from that, what do we see? We see lunges everywhere. We see mechs. We see bugs and aquas.
Is
Very
it just
similar
where
pools.
Baby Boy's lunge is a little bit suboptimal? I'm seeing some funny eyes there.
Yeah.
I love the reptile, but they're both rocking that reptile with
Yeah.
the Thrastus horn. Very, very nice. They have very,
Yeah.
very similar pools, but some differences. Jove is actually bringing that sponge midliner aqua, which can be very, very difficult to kill if you run out of steam. They both have the
Yeah.
same bug basically, so you know this is going to be interesting. It's really going to come down to the team picks as well.
Yeah. Actually, those bugs, Baby Boy might have the better bug.
Oh, you're right.
Actually,
The eyes, the aqua eyes.
no, not even
No?
the horn. Baby Boy has the
Oh.
parasite, which discards
Ooh.
cards, while Jove has the caterpillar, which applies fear. And if it's a 1v1 scenario, you want 8 cards against 8 cards. But what happens is Parasite empties your hand.
Yep,
And then
you
what
lose.
happens
Yep,
is
yep.
you lose out the 1v1. So that might be a good shout for Baby Boy to bring into these games actually. What else? Aquas. Jove has the bird eyes ears aqua instead of Baby Boy's aqua eyes ears aqua, and I'm talking about the koi aquas. And
Speedsters.
it's interesting because birds' eyes and ears would have the same speed. Like these two axes would
less
have the same
HP.
speed, less HP. In a vacuum, less HP is worse, but less HP means whoever has less HP attacks before the other Axie. So in a way that could mean that if, for example, both Axies are wiped out from first and second Axies and it's down to the backline Axies, whoever has the faster speed might actually just win the bout.
Okay. Yeah, that first
So-
attack could just be it. The only
Yeah.
attack that matters. And then it would come down to what cards they're still holding. But knowing both these players are very strong, I'm sure that they're both going to be holding their speed up cards at the end of the game.
That's true. That is very true indeed. What does Baby Boy not have? Baby Boy doesn't have a shrimp in his lineup, while Jove has the eggshell shrimp. Even actually, that's strong. Quite different, but very strong.
Yeah, Baby Boy has 2 mechs, right? So has 2 different versions of the mech.
Yep.
I mean, there was a phase where the mechs were so good, but I feel like it kind of phased out. It doesn't feel that good, but I guess it'd be really good against spears, right?
Yeah, it matches up very well against the backline axes of the spear comp. Actually, it can even 2 to 3v1 these axes. If you've got all of these nutcracks, like 2 to 3 nutcracks brings that axie down. Follow up with a balloon that's just lights out for all of these lunges. But the thing is, if at any point it becomes mech and then there's no lunge on the other side, anything else that's not lunge, it's
Yep.
mech lights out is the problem.
Yeah.
As soon as there's an aqua in sight or the bug even, that mech won't be able to handle it really well at all. So very interesting to see.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Reg, the Axie professor.
Hello,
He is
hello.
back, absolutely crushing it, my dude. And looking fresh as always. It is a
Thank you,
pleasure,
thank you.
man. It's been too
Same,
long.
likewise. Yeah.
I can't wait for you to come out to Asia again. Once you're in the Philippines, let me know. We gotta meet up.
Will do. Definitely next year I'll be back in, so it should be fun. There's a lot of weddings to attend. Looks like it. So,
Weddings are fun. I like
they
weddings.
are.
I'll come
They
to a
are.
wedding. I'll
Why
see
not?
what's up.
Why not?
Do
Why
I know
not?
the
Could be fun.
person of the wedding I'm attending? Maybe. Maybe not.
Yeah. Should be fun. Should be very
Wedding
fun.
practice, a whole new way.
Yeah, it should be exciting. That would be roughly mid-year next year. And yeah, good times. Exciting.
I marked my
Who else?
calendar. I'll be there, bro. Don't even worry. I'll be
Nice.
there.
Nice.
Mid-year next year. So I marked the second week of the 6th month. Boom. Mid-year.
Done. Easy. Love it. Who else do we have?
Yeah,
You
Chief
go.
Director getting married.
Why not?
Sorry.
JBV in the chats.
It is what it is. Now everybody knows. Sorry if I made your life at home more difficult.
All good, all good. I love you, Chief.
Hey,
From Nitsuga Ace.
you guys are freaking awesome. Everyone just chitty chatting the whole time, having a good time. You guys are crushing it as well. This community is still going very strong after so many years, so many ups and downs, so many tingies. And you know, people always need to be reminded it is really hard to be the first to do something. But
Wild.
enough of that tangent. We're going into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's Jove versus Baby Boy. What are they going to pick in game one? Oh, we got Spear, Spear, Aqua versus Spear, Spear, Spear. I see a lot of Spear.
It's gonna be poking left and right. Let's see. So what happens is you can either be a spear player who skips, but most of the time these spears just go in. They just go in big time. Whoever Godas connects is usually the advantage, but it looks like none of their Godas connect at all because both these players have used most of their cards. Cattail was used to draw cards. Yeah, that is big. There's a lot of cardies.
Jove, hyped right now. Got a lot of card draw there. And also pulls the double bone sale for the mid game, which means he's going to have even more card draw and some big shields to put up. So, you know, nice draws, nice play. Jove's feeling good.
True that indeed. So these bone sales, what they do is if the shield breaks, you draw a card. And in these games, drawing cards is very big. That can be the game breaker there. The only thing that is worrying me for Jove's side is if it's at parity and it's backline Dusk versus backline Aqua. I think there might be advantage Dusk at that point. So it's going to be a bit scary for the Aqua side of things. But this Aqua is not your conventional Aqua. This Aqua is big damage Aqua.
Right? They both have Scarab, so they both lose all their moves except for Scarab. So it's like the Scarab attack does better against the Moon, the Dusk, where it does worse against the Aqua, right? So
yeah,
it's kind of just okay for Jove, I think. 'Cause it's just a one move versus one move, potentially.
Yeah, the only thing is lunge from the back line is going to be painful. What Jove needs to do is kill this lunger so that the second lunge from the back line doesn't have triggers because they incrementally increase. You don't want to be swung to the back line by a lunge that has triggered its bonus damage, basically.
Yeah, for
which
sure.
would be scary.
Pure 1v1, they'll both Scarab each other, right?
Yeah,
and then Scarabing, and then if in a pure Scarab matchup, the Aqua's actually in a pretty good spot.
Aqua's ahead, yeah. True that.
It works out well. He does play one of the bone cells. He's going to do a lot of damage here. There's no shield. And he's going to get...
Goda connects, destroys one energy from Baby Boy's lineup. So that means Baby Boy is going to be playing next turn with only 3 energy, which is exactly the same as Jove's. Only difference is Jove still has a very fresh midliner with Cattail as well to tank all of these attacks. So it is...
Bone sail in hand,
looks like advantage Jove. Yeah.
Plus, Jove attacks first, so if he does decide to use the Aqua, potentially there's a play where he crushes the midliner, taking it out before it attacks, getting basically GG value, right? It's risky, and Jove doesn't necessarily want to use his backliner's cards, so it's probably not advisable, and I wouldn't do it either, but there is a play there. If he does 3 attacks with the backliner there, he kills, right?
This midliner shielded up though. It depends on what Jove's second Axie's attack is gonna bring in. It looks like it's a big attack. Oh, look at that! This is a no turn for that Axie. 4 cards down the drain was what happened from Jove's side of things, and I think at this point this is a lineup that snowballs a lot, and I think Jove actually has a strong advantage at this point now. Because the lunge, there's no more chaining. Yeah. There's no more chaining. There's extra card draw from the Cattail. There's chomps that can come in, but that's not too scary if you've still got 364 HP for the midline. I think there's a strong advantage towards Jove. Let's see how this plays out. Oh,
He'll
chomps
get him
do
very,
come
very
in.
low. It doesn't really matter though. It's not enough to kill. So that means Jove can just keep stacking cards, keep stacking energy. There's no more energy destroy on Baby Boy's side. So yeah, it looks like Jove is just going to take this game one. It did snowball, just like you said. The early cattail into the mid-game bone sail, into the mid-game Goda that also took an energy away. It was just too many things that went Jove's way.
True that indeed. The only thing about this game though is because we still do not see the end, craziness can still happen. Like Baby Boy can just crit out of nowhere with 4 cards and just end Jove's backline Axie out of nowhere, out of 0 expectation. And that is what this game's about. Let's see if that happens though, or if Jove is able to secure this very strong lead and take that victory.
Why didn't he put the Nemo first?
I think he was expecting
The last stand?
defense, yeah, and then
He
use the
chomped
tail
under
slap
it.
to
He
clear
chomped under
yeah.
it. He chomped under
That's
it.
true. That
So I
is true.
think that
So
was just a misplay. I think he should have gone cattail first, chomp, and then kill. And you can't be misplaying here. You're already behind.
yeah,
I guess you did get one turn now because Jove did not use a Scarab last turn. He did not shut everything down. So if he doesn't get the kill here, there is one turn. Whoa, hold on. I think Jove might have made a misplay there too. Wow, if he gets crit there by the horn, he might just die.
yeah. The only thing is it's Aqua first before Baby Boy's lineup, so it's the speed in the end, and this Aqua was able to just dominate
Yep,
and destroy Baby Boy's lineup in the end. So
Jover.
yeah.
It is
It's
Jover.
Jover. It is
1-0.
Jover.
Jove taking the quick early lead. Well played by both of them. The snowball was real.
True that indeed.
And you know, again, it's little things. It's little things. A little bit of
Yeah.
cattail, a little bit of Vagoda. Maybe you get the Nemo off. Maybe you don't. If you cancel their Nemo, that's great value right there. Because people hold the Nemos now because they want to craft their hand, right? But then if they use it and you catch them in that turn, oh, that feels real good.
Let's actually have a look at the Axie pools again and see what these players are thinking about, basically, now that they're gonna be jumping into game 2. So what did we see? We see lunges from both sides of things, right? So both players just used the, I guess, safest comp that has the highest win rate in general, and is now time to actually bring out the secrets. So this is game number 2. Baby Boy at a slight disadvantage, but for example, if Baby Boy chose to bring out that mech, it would have been a totally different story. But the thing is, would you bring out the mech at this point? Do you even think that Jove would bring in the lunge again?
That's the thing, right? Does Jove just go? Jove's very smart too, so I think he's gonna switch. And if he switches, bringing in the mech is wrong. It's only right if he stays. So I would assume that Jove is going to switch. You look at his Axie pool, it's stacked. He's got all these teams. He doesn't have a reason to go with the same team when he knows he can get countered. So a smart player would switch here, I think. But there's always the mind games, and if they know each other and you never know the whole story. But I think switching here would make sense.
Yep, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. The shrimp might be a good call as well, because if the mech does come out and is placed at the back, then that's just in the sights of this the shrimp. And if, for example, it's not useful, if, for example, there's an irrelevant comp where the shrimp is not the best, then you can just eggshell, and it tanks and dies, and then that's it.
Yeah, and even if a bug
Shrimp
comes
out.
out, the shrimp would be pretty good too, right? So
That's
we're
true.
ready for game 2. Let's see what they choose. It is time for another game of Throwback, baby.
Oh, more lunges. Lunge
But
all day.
Different lunges.
Different lunges, you are right, Chief. It looks like the dusk has come out from Jove's side.
Both
No more
players
aqua
split
business.
on a good attack, not on the weak stuff. So that evened out real quickly.
Yep. Looking at life, it is a lot of evenness from both sides of the table. Cards, though, Baby Boy has one more card compared to Jove. And all of these cattails still. So Baby Boy might even draw back into this game.
I also
Very
want to make
interesting.
a point while it's still early in this tournament. For all the people out there loving, hating crits, whatever, let's see how many games throughout the night actually are decided, or series are actually decided by crits. Remember, series, right? So if you win one game because of a crit, but you lose the series, did it really matter? No, not really.
Yeah.
So, because I know at AxieCon it was real good. It felt real good. It was, the players seemed real happy with it. The games were not generally decided by crits. They were like never really were. Thunder, if he's watching, is cringing. He hates me for saying it, but you know, that last game, a lot of people thought it was still winnable in other ways. The crit obviously was a great crescendo to V2, Game 7, AxieCon, Grand Finals. It was kind of just perfect if you're not Thunder or AxieGG, right? But I see where that comes from. But anyways, back to the game. These players are swinging back and forth. That is going to kill.
Wow.
Perfect.
Clean.
But he's going to get off
clean
the last
attack.
hand.
Yeah.
So
But this lunge is coming into an unshielded Axie as well. So either Jove is just was happy with that and was like, all right, let me just end this Axie, bring it to last stand. I will tank those 2 attacks, and then my follow-up lunge would get through to an unshielded Axie. That could have been the play. It was a risky play because now this is like Jove's midline has less HP now compared to Baby Boy's midline. So it is still any player's game at this point by the looks
Cards
of it.
are also pretty even. One more card for Baby Boy. So slight advantages all over for Baby Boy. Well done, well played so far. His team choice was correct. I think he would have also been fine with the mech in the back, but again, that was a risky decision to make. And so far, no one's really been willing to take a big risk. They're playing more grounded, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Dodged the cattail as well. Well done from Joe's side of things. Now it's 88 HP against 345 HP. That midline might just be a sacrificial lamb at this point. And what would happen is it could be a 2v1 for Joe's backline. Another interesting thing to take note of is Cottontail versus Nemo on these 2 backline axes. Cottontail provides you, both of them generate energy, so very similar. Only difference is Tail Slap attacks, while Cottontail shields for 30. So in this kind of scenario where it's lunge and lunge, usually you prefer to be defensive so that you can heal back up at the point where you've gotten damage and you still haven't been scarabed. So that is what is a potential play of things, or how this can potentially play out.
Okay,
big attacks.
Baby Boy doing it correctly this time. Using both Nemos seems okay, I guess, because his midliner is still very healthy and has 3 cards, right? So he's going to be able to play all of his cards on the midliner. They're going to draw new, and now Baby Boy really needs to save up cards on his backliner, but there's a whole body that Jove has to kill, and this is looking real good for Baby Boy.
Yep. What Jove needs to do now is end this midline Axie before it even has a chance. But does he even do it? It doesn't look like it. Oh, wow.
He tried, but it was not enough.
And
double
come in.
Goda GG.
Schmodas.
Schmodaing all over him. This one is also Jover, but we have a 1-1. Baby Boy coming back, and I'm hyped because Baby Boy played very well. He made the right adjustments. He fixed the mistake that he had made before. And boom, he gets the win in game 2.
And Goda went in, burned all of Jove's chance to get out of that, to climb out, and then that was it. It was Jover at that point. Yeah.
It was. So 1-1. This is going to be a good series. This could go 5. I have a feeling. And now, you know, now it would make more sense for either one of them to kind of counter these spears a little bit. Right? Everyone's just sticking to the spears. Now I'd be willing to be like, okay. Let's mix it up. Let's see what's in the toolbox.
Pokey. Mech might come out from Jove's side of things. I think a mech is going to come out now because both players have been lunging which means they've been playing their comfort comps for a while. Now it's time for a powerhouse that just demolishes these lunge comps. And any of these mechs, as long as it looks like it's either gray as a mech or as a beast, it looks what's a beast's color? Orange, orangey. Then you're in a good spot. But against Aquas, you're gonna be dying very quickly. But because both pairs have not been showing any other comps aside from horny lunges, with all of these very strong pokes, it should be time for a mech to come out, I think.
You had to go there, didn't you? You had to go there.
There's a lot
with the horny lunges.
It's a
And
lot
then
of lunges.
I think back to those Axie art pieces that Indez and the boys used to make. With the Axies with the raging Roners. Oh boy, oh boy. All the things we've been through, all the stages of this entire journey has been quite incredible. It's nuts.
History.
Like
It's
there's so
history.
much history, and it definitely needs to be documented with pictures, but maybe not too many of those ones. But that was really funny. Great times, great times. Hope that Indez maybe stops by during the stream, says what's up. That'd be dope. He's out here. I know he's probably just chilling, playing Rocket League or something like that. But hey, man,
Love it.
do your thing. Be young. Play video games if that's what you like to do. That's what's up. I wish I still played more video games. I've been playing some Battle Bears lately. That's been fun.
Oh,
That's very
nice.
casual.
Nice.
Getting the
Very
skins. You know what
cool.
I'm saying? I'm
Yeah.
waiting for him to be on the Ronin Marketplace.
Yeah. Very
All right,
cool.
we're
We've
back.
got
And then
game.
there it is. There it is. Baby boy made the move, actually.
Interesting.
And he made it perfectly. If you look at it line by line, Baby Boy is in a very nice spot here. So in the mid game, he's got the mech versus the Dusk. And then in the late game, he's got the double speed Aqua versus the single speed Aqua.
That is very true indeed. Jove is going to be in a tough spot right now in terms of how this has been matched up. Actually,
70-30
as you
matchup,
see.
I'd say.
As you see.
70-30
True,
for Baby Boy.
True
something
that,
like
true that.
Seems right.
I like this mech as well because usually when you bring a mech in, you lose out on the Cottontail backline. But look at this mech, it's got the Cottontail. It's even generating energy for this comp. So it's
If you get to
it's
use
covered
it.
everything.
And to be fair, there's only one Aqua move on Jove's backliner, the Piranha. So it's not like he's going to be able to just nuke this mech unless he has both Piranhas.
Through
Or
that,
uses
and
a bunch
especially
of cards, which he doesn't want to do.
yeah, even if you forgo the mech even, Chief, what happens is if it's Aqua versus Aqua, you've got Scarab and Arco from Jove's side versus an Aqua from the other side, and that's
With two Aqua moves.
scary with two Aqua moves.
Very
Wha-
true.
Scary.
Baby Boy
Very
in a
scary.
great spot here. Jove is in trouble, started strong, and now Baby Boy fighting back, getting the better of Jove on the team picks.
True that indeed. It is a high risk play from Baby Boy. Don't get us wrong, because at any point that there was all of these, like for example, if Jove decided to bring in Aquas to this comp, then it's gonna be a very different game. But because
big card draws right there from Jove.
of
He drew
this-
like
yeah,
3 cards. He needed that. Now it's evened out on cards. He's up 1 energy still. So, you know, it's still winnable for Jove here. It's not over. And the mech doesn't really have much more firepower. It's got
yeah,
one
it's
more
kinda
arrow.
stingy.
And so Jove has decisions here to make. How many attacks is he going to let that mech get off? And how many cards does he think the mech has?
That's true. That
What have we
is very
seen from the
true
mech?
indeed.
He just used 2, right?
Yeah,
He used
there's
Goda.
still more.
He used a Goda and a
a dual
dual.
blade, I
Oh, and
think,
there's
yeah.
okay. He drew 2 more, so now he's gonna go brick wall, get off as much value as possible. Jove does go with those 2 Aqua attacks, but without a crit, he's chilling.
Wow. This is big. The mech is doing its thing, generating energy for the big attacks.
And surviving.
And still survives. Wow. The only thing
Ladies
is...
and gentlemen, you'll rarely ever see a mech get as much value as this one does. That did this game. Well done.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing is Jove drew a lot of cards again there.
True.
So There's energy advantage from Baby Boy's side and all of these backline cards. But Jove has Nemo still to play if he wanted to generate energy again and set up for the 1v1 scenario. What Baby Boy needs to do is capitalize and end this game quickly before Jove is able to use those extra cards to his advantage.
So here's the
So
question.
it's gonna be interesting.
There's a lot of head games here because if Jove goes with the Aqua, the mech is just dead. If he drew the double Nemo, that's the
Balls
only
play,
thing
look
that
at
was like the
that.
perfect thing that he needed. The double Nemo was perfect. I'll just shut up now. Because yeah, that was just perfect. He didn't want to waste any cards on the backliner. That's basically my point. Unless he wanted to go for the speed up now, but then you don't use the Nemos, so that was kind of a meh situation for Jove unless you have the double Nemo, so that was perfect.
Yeah. And what happened now is Jove is in a good spot, actually. Because of the energy advantage from the double Nemo and all of these cards from the earlier card draws, he's set up to be having more cards than Baby Boy's backline Axie and more energy as well. Very, very strong. Let's see if it's going to be the energy game or the defense. But this is going to hurt a lot. Ooh. Because that goes through shields.
Yeah, I mean, for this situation, having that spiky wing is pretty huge. They're ending up in a pretty even spot, considering Jove used an extra attack, but still has one more energy.
Yeah. And Jove is potentially able to tank up again. What Jove wants is he is going to be redrawing all of his beast moves, and I think he needs to play those beast moves because of the shields that it provides from Arcos and Scarabs. You don't even need Piranhas anymore. You just need to be defensive. Opted to use one Piranha. Interesting. Let's see if he's able to survive through this attack, and that mattered, Chief. Extra shields would have been the difference. Shield
that was very, very close. Baby Boy is now 2-1 in the lead. There is a potential, I don't know the math there, that Jove could have survived that, and if he does, he might just win right there, outright.
Yeah, it's tricky with the way the buzzing wind shreds armor. But for example, it was he was on what, 2 life, and the attack was 9 damage. So I don't know if he would have
could have been the difference.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
9 damage is nothing, like nothing.
Yeah.
So wow, impressive, well done by Baby Boy, taking a nice lead here, showing everyone that, you know, even though Jove is one of the favorites for this whole tournament, Baby Boy, he's not messing around. He's here to play, baby. Yeah, I'm here to play, baby. They call me Baby Boy. I'm here to play.
Baby Boy.
Lego.
Growing up.
Right in front of our eyes.
What is Baby Boy's evolution? What's next? Child Boy after Baby Boy.
Child Boy or just gangsted out man.
Just went all in.
It depends how many stages he evolves, right? If he wins the championship, he may just skip the whole boy phase. The child phase and all that. And if he loses, he'll be sad boy.
He'll be old boy afterwards. Ooh, that is gonna be lit.
Boy yet, baby man.
Baby
so
man.
Many options. So many options. This from such a basic name, I love it.
Yeah, evolution in our eyes as we speak. Baby Boy is now in the lead versus Jove. Look at that. One of the favorites of this tournament is behind the game versus the dark horse, Baby Boy.
I'm a real boy, says Ghostin, and then Cash walked for boy to run. But boy, Joe Boy maybe. Joy boy. Joy boy.
Let's go.
Like Joy Oi. Joy Oi. He's the Choi Oi boy. I like the Choi Oi boy.
Nice. Big boy. Very strong. Very interesting indeed. Let's see. If I were in Jove's side and I've now seen Baby Boy experimenting, There's a play where we just let him bring out his secret weapons. Would a God Bug have been good against that? Not really as well because of the Aqua backline. So Jove's
Depends.
in a
Ask
bit of a
Thunder.
pickle. Yeah.
Those Aqua backliners against the bugs, they don't do as well as you'd like.
Yeah.
But let's find out. We're gonna hop right into game 3. Game 4.
Jump in.
Baby Boy 2 and Jove 1, and they go back to their comfort zone.
Comfort pickerations happening from both sides. And in this situation, as we've seen earlier, Jove has been dominant, right? If I remember correctly, even with the Aqua backline, because of all of these extra cards from Bone Sail, from Cattail. There's a lot
Feels
of
like Jove's
cards.
been getting the better on the card draw overall. Still hasn't
Yeah.
given him the lead in the series. We're still not sure if he could have played that better or not, but it was very close. So if he can continue to get the card draw, good for him. If he can't, though, if Baby Boy gets the card draw, then that could be a big problem for Jove.
True that indeed. Let's see. Croc doesn't help a lot in this matchup because you're not really in a slow down, speed up game plan. You're in a tanky tank who shields up better game plan, who draws cards better game plan. So there's gonna be a slight advantage towards Jove's more offensive lineup by the looks of it. Ooh. Goda comes in, burns one of Baby Boy's 5 energy. That is a lot of energy. But lunging
Cards
last
gone.
stood Axie is
I
not
don't
great.
think Baby Boy was planning on losing an Axie there.
Yeah.
Don't think that was what he was going for in his mental plan about how this game was going to go. He was not looking at a 2v3 with full health. He thought he was going to be able to use his cards this turn and do a counterattack. So now Baby Boy's in a tough spot because Jove's gamble paid off more than Baby Boy's, and it looks like he'll get a trade here. How many attacks is he going to waste?
It's a lot of attacks coming to the front line of Jove, and follow-up burns for Goda still connect, actually. This is big. 3 Godas from Jove, burned 3 energy from Baby Boy. So
Did
whatever
get cards,
advantage...
Just,
Gave him cards, though. Yeah, that is
So
true.
remember
That
what I
is
said at
very
the
true.
start. Baby Boy's getting the cards this turn. This game. Let's see if that ends up mattering. With the that KO swing early from Jove, puts him in a real good spot. But Baby Boy, +1 energy, +3 cards, not a bad spot.
Not bad at all. So at this point, it is gonna be card advantage versus energy advantage from Godas coming in from Jove's side. Tail slap even further cementing the energy advantage. Let's see, but Goda comes in.
So he got one back.
Cattail,
Big
and
for
doesn't
Baby Boy.
Doesn't break the shield to provide Jove cards as well. That is even bigger. Down to 12 shield from Jove's side, which meant there was no cards being drawn for breaking Jove's shield. That is huge for Baby Boy.
I
Actually.
wonder
That's
if
what
he
he wants to be.
calculated that into his plan or if that just happened. I'm just curious. It doesn't really matter. But if he did calculate, if that was a calculated play to not break, a defensive card plus the bone sail, then well done by Baby Boy. Because in a great spot still, considering that early start, Baby Boy is still in a very good spot here, has a lot of options, still has the Timber in hand, so if he was scared of getting nuked, he could always play that Timber. But it looks like he's going to be doing the nuking.
Big attacks. Still survives with 7 HP. Very good defensive play for Jove. Exactly enough to buy one more turn. And now there's 2 energy for Jove's side. There's more cards for Jove's side. And Baby Boy has less cards and less energy. So Jove was able to catch back up with that play. With 2 simple cards. Cattail, Bone Sail. Card draw written on both cards. And is able to climb back up. It is now an even game again at this point, I think.
Yeah, and
Very
now,
cool.
Good thing Jove didn't draw cards on his midliner because those chomps are in full force if he would choose to, but that would be a pretty meh value play right now. So instead, they're just going to trade blows.
Yep.
This
And
shouldn't kill.
Timber. Timber was big because Timber bought time for Baby Boy to survive the attack. Look at that. I mean, he could have had an option to play more offensively if he wanted to, but didn't even need to. All he needed was just enough life to buy one more turn to survive the counterattacks that are coming in. But 3 energy on Jove's side now. That's going to go up to 5 versus Baby Boy's 1.
That was the Goda chance, right?
That was the Goda chance.
And he didn't play it. He went, with everything else, which wasn't necessarily wrong. He did survive. I feel like there was too many cards used from Baby Boy's backliner. I feel like that is a problem. He playing 3 cards to do 15 damage. Ouch.
Yeah. True that indeed. So now defense comes in and it's even. 3 energy from both sides, 1 extra card from Jove's side compared to Baby Boy's lesser cards, but Baby Boy is a Dusk. Baby Boy's backline is a Dusk. Jove's backline is an Aqua, and that is very scary.
And leaving him with the Chomp.
Ooh. Very big as well. I mean, you can use Tail Slap to remove the stun from Jove's side of things and follow up with 3 attacks. But the question is 3 attacks even enough?
It's going to be very close. He does have the right attacks.
It is. That is true. Let's see. Oh, Baby Boy redrew all of these reptile cards. So 146. Does he survive? Here we go. This is it.
Dead. We're going to a game 5, ladies and gents. We are going to a game 5.
We've got a game 5, Baby Boy, being put in place by Jove's Aqua. Now back to a 2-2 game. It is a game 5. Very interesting.
So first, at least for now, it's definitely Sad Boy. And now it's all going to come down to the final pick. Jove came out strong, took game 1. Then Baby Boy came out and had better picks in games 2 and 3. And then played well as well. And then in game 4, Jove came out, made a nice early attack, and just rode it home, basically. So it's going to come down to game 5. It is the rubber match.
True that indeed. It is game 5. It is anyone's game still at this point. Jove is clawing back in. Even with the advantage provided by Baby Boy's comp, Jove was able to claw out of that and win. And just destroy the Dusk, even if on paper Aqua loses to Dusk, right? But because of good card advantage, because of good energy management, even being goaded 3 times, burning 3 energy, Jove is still able to survive and claw back in. I think card draw was the name of the game at that point.
And they're hybrids, right? Like, these are hybrid units. They're not pure Aquas, well, obviously not pure Dusks. But you get my drift. So because they're hybrids, it's not so black and white like back in the day when you had pure Aquas and it was like, oh, they have a reptile? I lost. Yeah, like it was just over because you couldn't ever muster enough damage to kill a reptile with a pure Aqua without at least a spiky and a something. But now you've got the Scarab. Even then, yeah. But now you got the Scarabs. You got the Arcos. So you do have a lot more damage. And the Piranha was not used back then and is actually just strong.
True that indeed. Even with the 1 less lunge, Jove is showcasing the comp really well. I mean, if you look at it, Jove has 2 lunges at that point. Basically, the comp is 2 lunges, front and mid, plus the Aqua on the back line, which is a totally different comp altogether, but is doing and faring well versus all of these lunges because of card draw, good timing, energy management, and just making it perfect, concise attacks coming in. So, yeah, well done. Props to both players for giving us a good game. We are now in game number 5. They are just thinking what they want to bring to the table. So we will see.
First rubber match, second matchup of the day, and we are in and we're getting a rematch. Jove must be real happy about this, and let's see how the early game goes. Right off the bat, that's going to be some good damage, but no energy destroyed.
Through that, big attacks come in. Ooh, that goes through the HP and brings Joe's Axie to the red. They are still even energy-wise, but Jove has double tail slap to regenerate a lot of energy next turn. You don't want that running into Godas though, so there might be reason to hold on to it until
Double
these
Goda,
Goda
yeah.
Axies are done.
That's
Yeah.
the problem, right? Is they're kind of dead cards early game or mega risky. Look at he's thinking about playing him. He would have gotten double goaded. He did anyways. Loses
Yeah.
the frontliner. Ooh, Jove is in trouble.
Yeah, and you don't want to be last standing against against fast Axies, because even if you try to play cards, even like something as simple as a cattail can knock out all of those last stand bars. So yeah, scary to be in Jove's side. I think Baby Boy's aggression is paying off. He is swinging hard. He is gonna be bringing down one of these Axies, and it is gonna be anyone's game still. Because of crits is the thing. Because of card advantage that we've seen Jove is able to maximize.
Let's see what he draws too, right?
Yeah. And
if he draws
that
everything
midline is
on that-
strong.
Yeah, if he draws everything on the frontliner right now, that would be really bad. He did not. So that's good for Jove. So he's not getting like terrible card draw. Good time to use the Nemos because he knows there's been a bunch of Godas played.
Yep.
Gets
There
a
you
Goda
go.
off himself. So great turn for Jove, and now it swaps. Now let's see what Baby Boy draws. He's already got a Timber on that Axie. That's a dead card. Let's see if he draws any more. Jove did not.
Yeah. Lucky from Baby Boy's side. I think that is an okay sacrifice for Baby Boy to draw a card. That is fair. You don't want to be drawing all of the cards from that last stand Axie, but Jove looks like he is down a lot of cards. He is down by 3 cards. He's up by 1 energy, but down by 3 cards. This Bone Sail might be doing its thing if it connects. If it misses and Baby Boy doesn't provide enough damage to break through a Bone Sail, then it's still anyone's game. Let's see. Ooh.
Jove's making sure. Oh, wasted a crit. He's making sure that he gets off his midline value.
Wastes the Bone Sail as well. Baby Boy very cool in not dishing out a big attack. What he did was he skipped, and then technically he kind of skipped again at this point, because there was no big attack that came in. So there was no shields being broken, there were no beast moves going to a cattail, and he just dodged Jove's defensive play at that point. And now Jove is down by 4 cards.
But
And
look at
energy.
the 2 cards he has. He's got exactly the 2 cards to potentially draw all the cards,
True,
right?
True that
No beast
indeed.
move coming in again from Baby Boy. So again, avoiding the cattail perfectly. And almost getting the kill, but not quite. So some value there
Not
from
quite.
Jove, finally, for his defensive cards on the midliner, who has not shined as much as we thought he might. But
Yeah.
he is alive. His midliner is alive. So there is that. That's still pretty impressive.
True that indeed. It is still anyone's game. Now it is a battle of energy and cards. 2 scarabs come in. Is this enough to kill? It doesn't look like it. Down to 6 HP. While this brings that Axie down, Goda does not burn any energy. But Dusk versus Aqua again. Energy-wise, Baby Boy has a slight energy and card advantage. Jove has 1 card in hand. Jove is going to be drawing into 4 cards, and that's it. Maximum 4 cards. This Axie does not have any card draw, does not have any life steal. There's nothing to gain life with. It is scary to be in Jove's side, and I think Baby Boy is coming in with a big attacks.
He's
From
gonna
the
do
back
some
line.
big damage here. Leave him with a stun.
Boom!
Jove does not
Boom!
have a whole lot of cards in hand.
Wow!
Not even a Nemo at the moment. He does draw one though, but I don't think
But
it's
Baby
close.
Boy!
Not even close.
Baby boy.
Baby boy coming through huge after going down in game
Yeah.
1.
Boom!
The-
With a crit!
The unneeded crit at the end.
And that's it!
Congratulations. Congratulations, Baby Boy. That was impressive. Wow.
Very, very impressive. Dark Horse darking horsing right now, getting the win out of one of the favorites in this competition. Very impressive. Chomp Chomp gets the win. And we see it as well, right? It was such a demanding lead in the end. When everything else was cleared out and the fog was cleared out and Jove was left with one card. Baby Boy with a lot of cards, a lot of energy. Just showing that all of these incremental advantages at the end was able to just win the game through pure card management and energy management. Well done. Props to Baby Boy. He is now evolved into... What is he now? He is Old Boy now, is he? Well done, well done.
Hey,
very impressive.
He's winning boy, first of all, right?
Winning
first
boy.
Of all, he's win boy right now. So well done, well done. That was impressive. And I think we'll take another 1 minute, 2 minute break, and we're going to come right back with the next match, everybody. So stick with us. Thank you guys very much. This has been fun, and we got some more action incoming. And Daddy Jiho's going to be with us in a bit too, so we can tell you some cool thingies. So we will be right back.
See ya.
Gather together, children of light. We have a story to share, the first of many. It all began with a glimmer in the dark unknown. For a millennium, a young sun god explored the cosmos. He grew strong and gained great knowledge on a divine quest for a matching planet to fulfill his existence. He was our sun god, Atia. Finally, he discovered our beautiful Lunesia. Here life began and blossomed in his loving embrace. But the cosmos is full of riddles, and wherever life reigns, corruption follows. The Chimera descended and infected noble Atia with their venom. Yet the sun's heart remained full of hope. He collapsed, offering that pulse to keep light alive. And from the ashes of the all-loving god, the supreme Axies were born and began to fight. They were outnumbered by the wicked legions, yet pushed forward and were winning the war. Atia's legacy was powering them to victory. But desperate Agonia, Lord of Chimeras, attempted a final, deadly ruse. He sacrificed himself to destroy the moon, allowing the Chimeras to continue their assault. The moon was broken, and many foes remained. The Axies survived, but their power faded. Falling back, they placed moon shards atop ancient totems to power new settlements for their resistance. These are just the first pages of the stories we will tell together. The tales of Lunesia.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. The Throwback, V2, Ruthless Reg, Chief. We're doing the tingy. We're out here getting crunk. We have 2 players have moved on so far. We're about to move into our 3rd match of the day. How are you feeling, my man?
Feeling hyped, man. Feeling excited. We've seen a Dark Horse win. We've seen an OG win as well, which is great. Cash winning, and then Baby Boy winning, and it is anyone's game still again. As these matches have been progressing, that's what we're seeing basically. Like on paper, we saw that Jove had the better comps, right? And then in the end, Baby Boy just winning, destroying Jove in the end. And yeah, it is very cool, very interesting to see. That is what we want, actually, just surprises back and forth. That is what these games are bringing.
Absolutely. No one has let us down yet. Let's jump into these Axie pools. Let's see what we're looking at. I'm excited to see we have Pedo Bluebird versus Angasimos. And they are looking like they got some pretty solid Axie pools, some real nice things going on here. There's a discard, a double discard team from Angasimos. Always fun to see that. Also seeing that Pocky, that old school Pocky Aqua. Very cool. Then we've got on the other side of things, the midliner with the bumpy bone sail. Does that still work? I remember when at the back in the day, that was there was a lot of funny little bone cell moments or bumpy moments.
You can't do the super card draw engine anymore, in the sense where, because before what the text said bumpy is whenever you break your whenever anyone moves, you get some shield, right? Like you get 8. And what happens is bumpy is whenever your shields break, you draw a card, and the combo was you have 20 shield, you get attacked, it breaks, you draw a card from bone sail, and then you regenerate 8 from that attack. The next attack breaks that 8 shield again, you draw a card again, and the cycle rinses and repeats for every attack you do to this Axie. And it was just it was unfair for the amount of cards that this was drawing, so it got nerfed, and the bone sail limit became 1. So you can't draw unlimited cards anymore. But it is still a very solid midline Axie to tank up some hits, and is a nice transition towards the mid to late game where you're now in the 1v1 scenario, because that can buy a lot of time while drawing you cards. That is very interesting.
I also like the very interesting Spears team from Angasimos, because he's got the bird in the back, so he's got some speed with his spears. And then he's got that awesome midliner. If he does play against Aquas, Razor Bite is very, very strong against against Aquas. So that can be a straight game changer. Plus that Snail Shell can always really mess up a game for someone.
True that. Snail Shell is interesting because it defends you a lot. It makes the opposing Axie get stunned at the point where you break the shield. And that is huge because it tempos you out of your aggression if you're trying to be very aggressive. While at the same time also swing in for a bit of damage. Sometimes that's all the damage you need to just clear one Axie. And yeah, it is very strong. I've not seen it enough though in a lunge comp. It is something that fits quite well now that I think about it. In terms of a lunge is a bruiser comp where it shields up and swings. And Snail Shell I think fits in that regard, which is what we like to see. Very unique Axie.
Is that a Jaguar on the other spear?
On the other spear, yes, it is. That is a beast
that one means
move.
You go first, right? If you're low.
You go first. Well, you go first when you're in last stand, which is.
That's right. It's super hard. But if it does work, it is quite the funny little interaction when it works.
Yeah. Interesting as well, because that is bug ears on the Jaguar, plus the plant eyes. And the things about plants, bugs, and beasts, they've got high morale. And with high morale comes, I think, this might be enough to provide 3 bars of last stand, actually, now that I think about it. Just because of the morale boost.
Strong. And there's the beast mouth, beast back, a plant tail. Yeah, there's a whole lot of random morale mixed in there for sure. So it's a nice little hybrid Axie where it's kind of a niche situation for sure. But if it works, it works.
Cool. We love to see that work, basically.
I've seen it work like 2 or 3 times in competitive play, but one time it actually changed the game, which was cool.
True that indeed. It sacrifices a bit of HP with the bug ears, but on the flip side, you get that extra morale. And I think he went for that to just boost it up so that it's got enough for the 3rd bar of last stand. So that is just cooler when it's in last stand, basically. And
like
what else do you see?
Peto could go with the Reflectile here for some reason. I feel like it would not be a bad choice.
Reflectiles work well versus lunges, especially with Angasimo's lineup, because his backline, although it is a lunge comp, if that backline is the Nemo Axie, it doesn't have a lot of offense, is the thing. And with the Reflectile there, that could just reflect all of this damage. And if I remember correctly, if you reflect the damage to remove the shields of the opposing Axie, then it doesn't trigger the stun from Snail
Correct.
Shell.
Correct.
So it goes to 0 shields, and then the follow-up attacks from the Reflectile doesn't get stunned at all.
Hey,
You
well,
might
let's
be right,
see.
Chief. Yeah.
Let's find out what they chose. Let's jump into game 1. Pedo Bluebird versus Angasima. That name. Oh boy, that name.
And Gasimos.
Angie. I'm gonna call him Angie
Angie.
today. We got Pedo versus Angie, and we have a bird in there for Angie right now. He
And we have
bring
1
out that-
HP.
and 1 HP, but I said it. He should have played the Reflectile. I felt like that was a good matchup. Not that this is a bad one per se, but good start right now for Angie.
Through that. Interesting as well that the Snail Shell Axie is a midline Axie. And I do see it. There is a lot of potential here. That bird on the back line is just a machine gun. With all of these hair... Ooh, that's a big lunge, though, coming in on a 1 HP Axie. That's not an attack you want to be dishing out to a 1 HP Axie. You want to be swinging at it with something tiny like a balloon. But it is what it is. Peto looks like he's behind. But if you look at the stat line, he's got 5 energy on the bottom right. That's a lot of energy. Plus, how many card advantage is that? 7 cards more than Angie. That's a lot of cards more.
A lot of
Angie,
cards.
actually.
That's a lot of value right there. So, you know, Angie is playing pedal to the metal. I don't feel like Pedo could... Angie's playing pedo to the metal. Ha, 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 ha. I don't feel like there's been much value from the Godas up until now. But okay, here's Angie's turn to pass. Let's see what Pedo can do.
Oof, Goda is big from Peto's side, burning
kill.
Angie's energy.
Didn't need the cattail, but didn't know that there was going to be no shield. So not a wrong play, but one of those small things that Pedo could have done, you know, just to get a little more value, because then he'd have one now. Could draw another. Cards are still up, still has a lot of energy, and let's see how this Bruiser in the midline does for Angie. There's no Aquas to heal from, so that takes away one of the big advantages of this midliner.
Yeah, Razor Bite against non-Aquas is... It's okay. It's not the best. It's also not the worst. It is still a lot of damage and a lot of shields. You'd love to have had that heal, but you'll take this, basically. And here we go. Big attacks come in. The bird is doing his damage.
Oof.
It's a lot of damage.
Lucky the crit was on that attack.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true. Very true.
Or else this looks a
Dodging.
bit different, because that becomes poke, potentially. And 4 cards got wasted by Peto. Peto is in a tough spot here. Angie looking very strong. Now the
Peto...
cards are even.
Yeah, Pedo had the advantage when we were counting and we saw that he had 7 more cards and more energy. But with that, when Angie no-turned the midline Axie, Peto suddenly was evened out. It's now, look at that, even throwing cards to the Snail Shell. Oof. Painful.
Staying
to
alive
see.
could be good. Let's see what he draws. If he draws cards on the midliner, it's unfortunate, but this bird doesn't have a whole lot of HP, so it's kind of nice that he gets to draw some cards, stack some energy, and, you know, might want to use a balloon just to try to get some free value.
Yeah,
but then there's the
makes sense.
Cottontail from Peto, so if they both use one, then all of a sudden it's like, meh. Oh, but he got 2 Cottontails, so it doesn't even matter. And
I think
Angie
it's
decides, just go. Just
Yeah.
go.
even just using that to just remove one energy gain is big as well. Well, Peto is going to be drawing 3 cards, and that's the 3 cards he's going to be playing. This is either player's last turn at this point. And we'll have to see if Angie is able to kill a 323 HP
I don't
Axie
think
plus,
so.
plus shields.
Angie's gonna
Doesn't
need
look
some
like it.
crits.
Yeah. No crits at all. It was very close. But does Peto even kill? These are 2 Scarab attacks coming into a bird. That's
Oh
just
my
70
goodness,
plus
that's not
damage.
enough. That's not enough.
Wow. Look at that. A bird surviving against a Dusk.
That does not happen often. You guys just saw history. And now, I'm pretty sure Angie wins.
Boom.
Yeah, that's just a
Balloon
lot of damage
And
deleted.
lunge again. Look at that bird dancing around, surviving. Bird's the word.
Impressive. Bird is the word. And Angie coming through in game 1 with, you know, not... If you were a pro, you'd be like, these are not optimal team comps, but these are some strong Axies, and they're being played very well.
Yeah, yep. Card draw from here is a lot, and it drew enough cards so that Angie had enough defense at that point, because the attacks were just scarabs. 70 plus from the Peacemaker reduced damage attack, plus the normal 90 HP damage.
Hair was
And,
actually, like, Hair made it a auto win once it was just scarabs, right? Because it gave that
Yeah.
extra card. The energy was there. So you know you're going to get a balloon, but because of that extra card, you were able to kill. He drew
True
2
that.
balloons. He drew 2
True
balloons.
that.
2 or
Yeah.
3 cards were balloon. So that was like the draw that would have
Even
lost
rough.
the game,
Yeah.
right? If you don't have the hair
Yeah.
draw. So the hair draw actually won the game there. Impressive.
Yeah. That's true. That's true indeed. Another thing is the hair is a beast card. So on top of the card draw, on top of the big damage from
Good
hair,
damage.
it also is a beast card, which is great. That is
And it
what
has
you want to be
shield
doing.
too.
It has
So again,
shield
that bird just kind of does it all, right? It's still very
Yeah.
fast, so it has the hair. It has the horn, so you can actually use it with other horns.
Yeah.
And it's got the other beast card, beast card, so that it can do damage to its counterpart, which would be a plant or a dusk. So it is a very versatile bird, and it survives an attack. But we're going into game 2, and Angie bringing it back, playing the same composition. Peto this time, mixing it up, and I like the changes from Peto.
Interesting. Why? Because that bird is a pure bird, actually, with a dark swoop. And what it can do is just focus fire on the fastest Axie on the opposing side of things, which is the bird from Angie's side.
Usually you say round 3 is when it starts.
And there it is.
Happened in round 2, right off the bat, and it's not enough. The bird is
Oh.
too chunky and played
Look
the
at
card
that.
and turns
kills
it around.
the-
Angie, this bird is the MVP and has been, oh my goodness, because it played the 2 cards, which was correct, because you know you're going to get backdoored, right? So you just got to
Yeah.
use it. You play the cards, you survive, and you end up returning fire and basically probably winning the game in round 1. Not even going to lie, like that, or in round 2, that was a huge play by Angie.
This horned bird, man, it is a very strong bird. Dark swoop. If
Chicanator in
Peto
chat, what is good, brother? Long time no chat. Sorry,
hello,
go ahead.
hello. If that dark swoop was redrawn, or the second copy was redrawn, it would have been another story, because it would have killed that bird from Angie's side. But because this bird is alive and that bug is there, with the birds, they line up well against bugs, is the thing.
Yep. Even
And
if
it
it's
is
that
scary.
last turn, that last time, or when it has the tank in front of it, you can just unload into the bug and get all that value.
True that, true that. I'd prefer him to avoid swinging with his bird cards, because he needs that for this bug. Yes, it's a 3v1, but this bug does everything. It discards, it generates energy, it defends with snail shell. So it is a very defensive midline bug. And
Yeah, and the
this
discarding
can
is
steal the
annoying.
game still. Yeah.
It can. It is possible. Not very likely because everything's gone Angie's way, but it is possible.
Yeah, what Angie needs to do now is just chill a bit, skip a few turns. We want to be discarding cards from this Axie. Oh,
One from
he
a bird
discarded a
move.
bird card. Yeah,
That is
the Peacemaker. That is
The best
rough.
card, literally the best card for Angie was just discarded. So if there is a massive comeback from Peto, that's the beginning of it right there.
Yeah. And what Angie needs to do at this point is have one big lethal attack with 4 cards from that mid and then 3 cards potentially, or 4 cards even from the bird. Just throw in the balloons, throw in the Nemos as well. Just try to just do one big attack that ends this bug. Because if this doesn't die, it's gonna be swinging with mosquitoes and healing back up again. And you don't want to be doing that.
And there it is. First mosquitoes being played. Good card selection from Peto. Gonna discard. Gonna make sure he stays.
All right.
Played the
Discards
perfect,
a 0 cost.
perfectly around the snail shell as well with the cotton pail. Well
Yep.
done.
Yep.
And right now Peto's in a pretty decent spot. Let's not count him out.
Here we go. And Gasimo's coming in. Let's see. This is the turn.
Oh, this is
This
the
is
turn.
the turn where you try to end the game. Oh, all right. Big attacks coming in and a follow-up from Angasimos. Is this enough?
Very
1,
close.
2,
There,
3.
oh, there it is.
Oh,
Angie coming through, taking a 2-0 lead. This is
Wow.
our 3rd series of the night, ladies and gentlemen. We have another top 8 coming up after this, where I'll be joined by a very special guest. And then we're going to have the semifinals and then the finals. So there's still some
And-
games to be played.
a big announcement as well, Chief, right? From
Very big
the
announcement.
man. Very cool, very interesting, very exciting. It is all still coming forward. It's gonna
And
be
it's
a
more than
good,
one.
fun night.
It's
It's
more
more
than
than one
one.
announcement. That is
So
very
couple
good.
thingies incoming very, very soon. So we are 2-0. And is this going to be a sweep, or are we going to see Peto bring it back with some stalwart battling?
This Birdman, Angie has been doing it really well with that lunging birdie, with the balloon, with the hair. It's been doing a lot of work, and it survived a backdoor move from a pure bird as well. Birds
It
don't
didn't just-
survive.
It didn't just
backdoor move.
survive, bro. It counterpunched.
And killed it.
It Floyd Mayweathered. Floyd Bird weathered all over him. That was the Floyd Bird weathering. And it was just like, he took a nice hit too. And he's like, no, pow! GG,
Die
bro.
bird. Poop.
GG. Check your ladder. So what does Peto do now? Brought out the perfect bird to counter the bird. Didn't work.
Yeah.
Could have waited a turn, then it would have worked.
Yeah.
There's always
I
that.
think-
You're not supposed to get a turn two. So like if you're thinking high level, I always planned on the turn 3. So it's okay that Angie uses the bird moves in turn 2 because you want to make sure to get those off. Very important. So knowing that, waiting till turn 3 and seeing those 2 cards get played in turn 2, then you know you have the kill. And then all of a sudden it's a real tough situation. Because you have a bird that you can sacrifice, you get post fights, all the goodies. But here it is, the reflectile. I called it in game 1, and in game 3, Angie is bringing it out. Peto's bringing it out to try to beat Angie.
I think this is the right call from Peto's side. As you said, Chief, this might be the one that actually checks most of Angie's comps. The thing is, though, Peto is bringing it now when he's 0-2 behind. So all Angie needs is a lucky turn, big damage from hairs if they come in, big damage from lunges if they come in as well, and he can call it a day and get the win for this.
Look at round 1. That was pretty good for Angie. They both played their cards, and Angie is green and Peto is red.
And Angie doing Exacxies again. Minimizing damage, minimizing energy spent actually, and maximizing energy burning. So Angie's doing the right things, but comp-wise, I think Peto has a slight advantage versus all of these Axies.
But
But
where's the
yeah.
damage to get through these 2 Dusks?
It's only a Scarab looks like it, and what else? No
That's
lunge
kind of
combo.
it. No lunges.
No
that's
lunge
that's
combo.
gone. The
Dino?
the Dino, it ain't even time yet. And then the Razor Bite is just like not very great in this situation.
And
He does get
sometimes
off-
you'll see, yeah.
He does
2
get off
Scarabs
with
are
2
there.
Scarabs there, so that is a kill. He needs to redraw some early Scarabs to
Yeah,
really help
but-
him out.
When does he get all of these damage cards again? Now that he's used all of his Scarabs, maybe it would have been better to split it up and then throw 1 Scarab, throw 1 Razor Bite, and just have something to get through this next Axie. But here we go. Angie's coming in, big attacks. Lunge triggered with bonus damage down to 9 HP. And an attack down on the lunge as well. You want to have swung with the Razor Bite first, so the attack debuff hits the weaker card instead of exponentially reducing the bigger damage move with the lunge.
Yep, smart.
So
All
scary,
misplay from Peto.
scary here. I think there's still a slight advantage Angie in terms of positioning. In terms of where they are in the game right now. Like, look at that. 1 attack comes in. Snail Shell and stuns!
Oh, the stun.
Reflectile! I don't see that often, a stun
The hair.
Reflectile.
The hair is going to hurt the Reflectile so much. It's going to be perfect chunk for Angie, who's going to be able to draw a card, plus put up a pretty big shield with the midliner, and no, it's not Chomp, so at least there's that.
Yeah. There's the chance that the Peto climbs back in. If Peto kills this midline, then it could be an advantage and Peto again. But that's 2 stuns that he has to go through. Because of Snail Shell as well. Oh, he attacked through with Tail Slap, but he can't do anything about it because his Axie's faster. And
Like, it could have done a little more damage by using the Snail Shell first,
and
but oh
down
my
to 1
goodness,
again.
no freaking way. That is so good for Angie, because without that it looked real bad, but all of a sudden, boy oh boy, because remember, Balloon comes into play as well, which is going to waste another energy, and that's not so great for Peto.
Yeah, chat saying there's a mic issue. Right
Hello,
now.
hello.
So yeah, let's see.
It's fine
Let's
again.
see.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like we're still okay right now. So yeah, let's see where what happens at this point. Does this God Reflectile able to survive all of these attacks, or does it
It is
go?
going to take some
wow!
damage.
He just skipped and died.
Wait,
Oh,
that must have
why
been a
just
lag
happened?
out. I feel like something may have happened there.
There's
That-
a play to skip if he's anticipating a skip from Angie's side as well. But that is too high risk to do that at that point in time. You just attack with Kotaros if you want to be a pseudo skip. So interesting.
At least
and-
one Kitaro for the one-hit dude.
Yeah. What bro doing in the chat? It could have been a log out, as you said. It could have well been that actually. I don't think he would have been in a position to just downright skip.
Skip,
that.
especially not when you have Kitaros and they're gonna work.
Yeah.
Doesn't
So
seem to make sense. Let's give him a sec. Maybe something happened. That was a bit odd. Maybe he just didn't want to play anymore.
it's end turn.
Just pop 8, baby.
Was done with the bird.
What is it, like 3.5 grand? Okay, no big deal. Fine, I'm
Wild.
done. I'm out, guys.
Very
it was
wild.
fun. Thanks everyone. I don't want to try to reverse sweep. I'm over it.
And with that though, I think that's it, right? Angie wins
That's
that.
it. Then that's it. Yeah. If that was just a skip, then yeah, that was it. I guess.
Wild.
What an anticlimactic way to end it. That was so sad.
Yeah, that's true.
What just happened?
I was expecting a lot of counter punching from that reflectile.
Right?
To
And there
come
was
in at
hope.
that point.
Because I feel like, you know, even the reflectile damage that was going to go back to that bird was going to be significant.
Yeah, that bird could just die from its own hair daggers at that point. But yeah, as
Well,
we don't
no
have
word.
any info,
Yeah,
so
no word coming. So
I guess we treat it like that.
I think that's it then. I think it is done. 3-0, no disputes. There it is.
Wild. Look at that.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So, since that's the case, we are about to get into our next segment of the show. We're going to introduce someone real special. We're going to, you know, talk a little bit, and then we'll have one more set of matches, and then the big announcement will be dropped on your heads. On your heads, ladies and gentlemen. You already know. So we just need a couple more seconds, and you know we are gonna take a quick little break, and when we get back, we're gonna introduce our next host.
See you in a bit.
Gather together, children of light. We have a story to share, the first of many. It all began with a glimmer in the dark unknown. For a millennium, a young sun god explored the cosmos. He grew strong and gained great knowledge on a divine quest for a matching planet to fulfill his existence. He was our sun god, Axie. Finally, he discovered our beautiful Lunasia. Here life began and blossomed in his loving embrace. But the cosmos is full of riddles, and wherever life reigns, corruption follows. The Chimera descended and infected noble Axie with their venom. Yet the sun's heart remained full of hope. He collapsed, offering that pulse to keep light alive. And from the ashes of the all-loving god, the supreme Axies were born and began to fight. They were outnumbered by the wicked legions, yet pushed forward and were winning the war. Axie's legacy was powering them to victory. But desperate Agonia, Lord of Chimeras, attempted a final, deadly ruse. He sacrificed himself to destroy the moon, allowing the Chimeras to continue their assault. The moon was broken, and many foes remained. The Axies survived, but their power faded. Falling back, they placed moon shards atop ancient totems to power new settlements for their resistance. These are just the first pages of the stories we will tell together. The tales of Lunasia.
Don't waste your time, veteran! Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Let's go, baby.
We're
We
here.
are back. Thank you for the love. That was an epic ad. Those were a lot of fun to make back in the day. My boys were loving it. We still rock them, and it's nice. The V2 is very fitting for tonight's event. Gotta
True
love
that.
it. So, we're back. We're getting to about the halfway point of the show. It's been a pleasure so far. I'm
Yep.
a little bit sick, and I came all the way back home. It was like a 3.5-hour drive, and I was laying here like, and now I'm like, all right, baby, let's fucking go.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
We've had
So-
some good games as well. It has
Bro.
been really fun, really good. The last game was okay, but
It was
the
a bit
rest
odd
of
at
the
the end.
game, yeah,
It was, so even though there was 2 sweeps, they were still close games. Like especially
that.
that last series, the games were all very, very close, except for that
Yeah.
last one. We just don't really know what happened there.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a little rager moment, not really sure. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you know,
Good
we've
stuff.
got 3 players moving on. We have 1 match left, and I'm gonna be doing that with someone real special tonight. Real excited about that. Reg is gonna get a little bit of a break, and
That's
let's
good.
introduce our man. We are bringing in Jiho, Daddy Jiho. What is good, bro? Welcome.
Yo, can you guys hear me? Can you
Yes,
see me?
sir.
Man, sounds good. Quality's great,
Nice.
and video's great as well.
Good morning,
Welcome.
brother.
Good morning, good evening. You guys are in Asia, right? So it's good evening for you. It's good morning for me.
It's
What's up?
good afternoon for me as well in the UK.
We're on
So-
all
Yeah.
3 little parts of the world actually. That's kind of crazy. So that's pretty dope. We're going good, man. This has been a whole lot of fun. Global.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
We
what's been going
are
on? What's been
indeed.
going on? What do we have? What's been going on with the tournament so far today?
Great matches. So we started off, Cash, our favorite. He came out, he got a quick 3-0. Moose was playing with 5 Axies. He had a $6 team, and he made it to the top 8. So very,
I
very
think he's
impressive.
happy. I think
I
he's very happy.
ROI, yes, for sure. And then next match, one of the favorites, Jove, actually fell 3-2 to Baby Boy, who is now Baby Daddy coming through. He's trying to make moves. And then we just had a real nice match with team switches, and everything was great. And then in game 3 at the end, one of the players just decided, nope, I'm done. Done.
End
I'm
turn. I called it a day. But yeah, it was fun nonetheless. So far we've got two 3-0 sweeps and 1 that went to 5 games, and so far so good. Then it is a fun tournament so far. Everyone's having a blast, everyone is enjoying what they're seeing. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome to see a little bit of action, right, around Classic. Obviously, the community still loves Classic, so we wanna start to explore and see if there's real demand there, right? So, I think this is a good format. Is there real demand? Can we do it in a interesting or sustainable way, right? Where it's really being kind of a two-way street. So.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. And I know that it is now time to feature the next match. So I think this is me bidding adieu for now. I'll be back after this match, so you'll be seeing more of me. Don't worry at all.
I'm subbing in for you.
Exactly. So yeah, thank you. I'll be right back. See you guys in a bit for more Axie V2 goodness. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Reg. We love you. So, it's been dope, bro. And it's been kind of cool being able to see these old V2 Axies come back into play, see people be able to bring out their old dusty assets, right? And some people coming in with suboptimal Axies and still doing really well. So we're seeing a little bit of everything.
We may not know what is suboptimal, what is optimal. Like, people may have, some tricks up their sleeve. For example, I kind of think about a Classic as like Melee, right? And even though Melee, obviously, it has never been balanced, right? It hasn't been touched by Nintendo, right? It's like new metas are discovered, once in a while, right? Like there was like Jigglypuff, for example, right? Was something that people just like randomly discovered. I bet there will be a little bit of that with Classic as well.
For sure. I mean, when you look at, for instance, like how AI has been used in chess, in even all kinds of games, StarCraft, you imagine like, okay, in all those games, by the end of it, the pros were like, okay, I would have never done that. I never thought that way. So there's definitely going to be in all competitive games, I think, a lot of way up. And we've seen that proven through AI that they, a computer just thinks differently. So that means that the potential is there. Even in games we thought as humans were already fully mapped out. So yeah, I think you're right. I think there's still a lot of potential. We're seeing it. Last match, actually, this dude had horns. So he was playing the Spears team, but the backliner was a bird. And it had hair plus the spear and the Peacemaker, so it had a whole bunch of utility. And what happened in game 2 is his opponent went for the backdoor bird, went all in on round 2, but the super bird put up its shield, survived with 8 HP, and returned fire and killed the other bird. So like that was really cool to see. Like you didn't really see that back in the day very often either. And top 8. Big things are happening, and we have a cool match coming up. Our boy Mino is about to get into the ring.
Mino, all right, Japan.
We have the Axie pools. Let's throw those up and let's see what we're working with. When you see this, Jeff, what do you think? What does this bring back?
Mino. Sorry to take a side, but I'm just around here. Okay, so what do we have? You got some backdoor.
Ton's bringing out that old poison, that old backdoor poison. So it kind of fell out of style, but it's still a very strong team. And if you don't have the right counter to it, that could be very interesting if he brings that out.
Isn't this like the jumping Lasson or something like that?
Yeah, exactly. They just jump and poison everything the whole time and put up fat shields while everything falls apart for the other guy.
Interesting.
And then on Mino's side, he's got the spears. He's sitting on a very esportsy box here. He's got all the tingies that he wants. He's got every kind of spear you could imagine. Then he throws in some backdoors. He's also working with some poison. There's some potential poison there for Mino with the backdoors.
And yeah, it may be like some sort of a kind of a mirror match or not, like depending on how they play it or what they pick.
Could if they do that kind of mirror with those poisons, I think it'd be good for Mino because he'd be using one of those mechs or the Dawn, and I think that could be real good for Mino. But on the other hand, if Mino does that route, there's always like the Aquas from Ton. So a lot of things could happen here. I like it. I like it. There's definitely some options to see. Let's see if Ton can bring the upset, or if the crowd favorite. Mino's just such a big-hearted, awesome person. Everyone that meets Mino loves Mino. He's great. You went out to Japan, right, to their event?
Yeah. The Japanese Axie community is amazing, man. Like, they're so tight knit. They're all like Ronin warriors. And yeah, I went out to a meetup that we organized in Kyoto. Like, literally the community organized it. I just showed up and it was amazing. Like, they showed me so much love. So arigatou gozaimasu. I'm saying hello and sending love to the Japanese Axie community. So.
Hell yeah. I love those guys. I remember we were at the miners and Mino came up to me like, Chief, Jiho help with event? I was like, maybe I'll ask him. And that was a long time ago. And I hit you up and you're like, yeah, man, let's do it. And then you ended up going and you had a great time. That's cool, bro. That's really cool. And, I think it's cool from them. They're just kind of building up from the core, right? They're building up their own thing out there for the Axie community. And the Japanese are super passionate about video. They love their games. When I go to my sushi place, he's playing Clash Royale all the time. He loves it. There's a big Clash community there too. So there's potential to have a lot of growth there and a lot of expansion in the future because they're just such a tight-knit, awesome community of people. We got a whole lot of people in chat talking to you, Jiho. Saying a lot of... They want to know everything about that. Like, they love V2. V2 comeback. Classic over Origin. V2 comeback. Bring back AXS rewards. They're getting excited. Thank you, Cash.
Well, we're starting. Obviously we're starting to explore, right? And we're seeing if the demand is there for people to want more V2 content and. Yeah, I think like this is a step.
So you guys in the chat, people don't just say do this, do that. Be a part of the change. Get out on Twitter, speak up, be respectful, and spread a good message and tell why. And Mavis has been listening, so give him the opportunity by get out there, start a tweet, start a thread, get your little coalition to speak their mind in a productive way. That's how we all grow together. So that's how you guys show demand. Everyone out here in chat, you guys can be part of that. And it's cool that you guys are already in chat here in the stream supporting. So, if that's all you want to do, that's cool too. But if you want to take it that step further, that's how you do it. Twitter's a great place. There it is. Challenge accepted. Say less. That's what we like to see. That's the Axie community. That's the Sky Mavis, Web3, Ronin community. And so, Gio, we've been filming, editing, lots of fun stuff coming. I'm so excited. We want to send you a nice big chunk. And Nilo has a special video in store that he wants to make sure is in the first one because he thinks you're going to be real excited. We're going to bring back
Nilo is like freaking
too.
Hilarious, dude. Like, Nilo is really funny. And like, I've hung out with the guy like twice in real life, and he's super funny. So yeah, anything that he puts out is fire. Like, I really like the Ronin Samurai one. That's like kind of I think that's an underappreciated banger of short form videos. I definitely recommend everybody. Maybe we got a link for it, but definitely recommend everybody to check that out.
I can find that. But yeah, more of that coming.
We can run that as an ad, right?
That would be funny, actually. Vinny, are you listening?
Dude, like that's one of the funnier. That's like a real ad. You know what I'm saying? Like something that's like kind of out there and crazy. Like that's what TV ads are.
Here we go. I found it. It's still on the E for E posted tweet. I'll drop it in the chat. But Vinny, let's get this on as a commercial for Daddy Jiho in the future. It's been requested. So I think our next match is probably getting ready right now. 30 seconds is the word on the streets. There's the link in chat if you guys want to watch it. and we're gonna bring all kinds of different kinds of content. We're gonna really mix it up, bring a little gift basket of Ronin content. So super excited to start releasing that real soon. And it's been fun lately, man. It's been real good. The TMA tournament was a lot of fun. I've been playing Battle Bears lately as well. So I've been giving all the games a little shot and gathering some of those skins for those NFTs later.
More content, man. More content on Ronin, more games, more experiences. You know, we said it, and now we're doing it. And we do what we say, and the plan, I think, is going according to the structure and the vision laid out. So I think people are starting to get it, you know, with AXP, with Mavis Greenlight, with Genkai coming to Ronin, right? Playable games that are, you know, really high quality. People are starting to understand, you know, that we're serious, that we're out here, and that we're actually executing on what we set out to do. And I think that there's certain key moments where, you know, recently have been really pivotal in making people really understand and for that to be tangible, right? AXP, people are starting to realize, oh, Axies are these digital creatures that are living, breathing, collectibles that I can progress over time. You know, Genkai, wow, Ronin is becoming a place to form these powerful alliances.
No, it is, and it's growing. It's happening in front of our eyes, and we are going to jump into our first game of this series, 0-0, and we've got Panto Gaming against Mino, and they actually kind of did what we were talking about. Panto Gaming went with the backline poisons. Mino went with the backline mech, but with a different front and midliner. So I have no idea how this matchup actually goes, but this is a huge turn for Panto Gaming, getting the double Sirius off, and the Leaf Bug, and drawing a card. Oh boy.
Wow. What a draw.
That was impressive. I don't think Mino was expecting that right off the bat. And Mino's thinking, well, shucks. That sucks. You know Panto's going to pass here, most likely. He used 3 tank cards. And Mino's going to have to make a smart move here. He doesn't have a whole lot of damage in hand right now. So he's hoping to draw on that backliner.
So how does Ton like make sure that he uses this energy advantage that he's built up, you know, to like maximum advantage?
So part of the issue is there's a lot of 0-cost cards on Ton's side. So having that energy doesn't have to be that like incredible, but what he's doing is he's just gonna use the cards now. But look how much shield Ton is wasting. He didn't get double Godad, so that's good, but he did use a whole lot of his shield. But he did drop the poison, a little bit of poison. So we're going to see. It's going to be, you know, he's going to probably pass for a couple turns now until he can reset those cards of the backliner. Let's see what he draws here. But Mino's in a little bit of a strange spot. He doesn't have that much damage, and he has to go through 3 Axies with poison already ticking.
Yeah.
This could be tough. And that frontliner's still real healthy. If he gets another pumpkin or another yam, and Mino attacks into a yam, oh boy, that could be detrimental. There's the yam. Oh boy. Oh, but he went backline. He went safe. Which is smart because that frontliner is kind of useless. Like, he can't really do any damage. So if you kill the 2 backliners, the frontliner just kind of sits there. He has tons of energy, he can steal, but he can't really kill you. So Mino's in a pretty good spot here. He needs to draw some more backline cards. There's no Aqua to heal from the Razor Bite. Because that poison is going to take effect. So it's really going to depend on if Mino can get off another attack before that backliner dies, which I think he should. Unless Tan kills the mech. Then it gets a little bit... Oh, but he doesn't have the... Oh, he does have the backdoor, but he doesn't use it. Ooh, more poison. Oh, that's a double poison.
Oh.
That's even more poison. Oh boy. And the frontliner is still alive. Okay, not anymore. But he spread the love right there, that's for sure. And the backline mech is going to die. So Ton's decision was actually correct to not kill the backliner because it's going to basically kill itself at this point. Oh boy.
We got a 3v1.
And I'm feeling
What?
like Mino's in a tough spot.
Interesting.
Because Ton has the 2 energy, he's got some cards in hand, he's got the Sarastas to keep up the shield. Saving an energy, using a poison.
This Dusk right here is super tanky. But how much of Tan's last Axie can he get through? Not too much.
Yeah, the poison stacks aren't huge. But there's no energy on Mino's side either. He's just playing off the draw. That's also kind of tough right now. This is going to be close. Mino needs to do damage with the quick.
We need a crit. Mino needs a crit.
Is it crit time? Is it crit time, Mino? Game 1? That is what it's kind of looking like. Maybe he gets some spears. He did get a cottontail. Gives him the energy, but it does take another set of life. And it feels like every tick is kind of hurting right now. It's real sad.
He's one of these spears to crit. Oh, no. Alright, so this should take care of the back.
Yep, the backliner is out of here. And now Mino is in a tough spot because the poison is... He's going to get more, too. Oh, he can play all the cards. He got the cattail. That's a lot of shield. Can he kill? It's close. He got enough! Mino pulls it off!
No way! Damn.
Wow.
The speed was super key there, I think.
Yep. He got just enough damage through, and there was not enough shield. Toothless Bite becomes kind of wank because it doesn't have very many stats. So in that situation, when you play it, or if you draw it, it's just kind of eh.
That's crazy. Like, this is the crazy thing about Classic is, like, the entire match is really... You don't know, like, in that situation, who's gonna come out on top until, like, really the last turn. So there's, like, there's a lot of suspense.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. And, you know, at the end of the day, Mino brought it back in the last turn. He was very patient. I felt like he was gonna run out of time, but that's why Mino's pro and, you know, one of the best players in the world, and I'm not. I'm okay with that. Well done, Mino. Who else bought way too many lunge comps back in the day, says Noob Nick. Mino did too, but he's still out here repping them, doing work.
Everybody in the audience, I need you to retweet. Let's get everybody watching Classic, you know? If we want more Classic, then we need more viewers. We need more people watching Classic too, right? So.
Hell yeah. There it is, people. Get involved. Get involved. Here's another opportunity.
Classic, you know, join the buy-in tournaments, watch the streams, all that.
Get involved, right? That's like half of it anyways, is just getting involved. And the more people that do, the bigger the wave gets. The bigger the wave gets, the more people hear us and the more moves we can make. So, you know, you guys are great. And this has been a fun stream already. Everyone here seems to be having a great time. Except for No One Escapes. He got timed out. Oops. Oh, man. So we're about to go into game 2. Game is ready. Can Mino go up 2-0, or is Tun gonna bring it back and tie it up? The first game was super close. I wonder what teams they're gonna bring out. I feel like Tun might bring out the same team because, oh, here they are. Oh, he does bring out the same team. Mino with a different team, less damage this time. I feel like this could be pretty decent for Tun. I don't know if the Swallow will be enough healing in the late game, depending on how much poison gets put on him. But obviously spears are very, very strong, and they just do a lot. And remember, last game Tan had the double serious round 1, which is like the perfect turn. Can't really expect to get that again. What are you feeling, Jeff? You think Tan can take this one, or is Mino gonna just stay strong with his new comp?
I think Mino's got it, because even with, starting with that devastating first turn last game, like if Mino was gonna drop a game, that was gonna be it, right? So I think that Mino's gonna win, to be honest.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I'm not gonna be like objective, I'm here, I'm just gonna say my true thoughts and my true feelings. I shun all responsibilities of being an objective caster here, so.
Fair enough. Fair enough. He is gonna spread some good poison. If he would have played the other Yam and the Pumpkin, he would have survived and just given the entire team poison. So good for Mino. Very good for Mino. Tando still has. This time he didn't use all of his backdoor damage without his Axie actually being in danger. So he lost a lot of value last game by using all of his attacks so early. This time he's going to get more value for his midliner and his backliner, it looks like. So let's see. There it is, the midliner for sure, backliner as well with a light one just to give him the double triggers. Going for the back, he's going to drop a lot of poison on this guy. Oh yeah, that's going to be a lot of ticking. He does have one swallow in hand though, so that will really help him stay, alive for a couple more turns. And the backliner this time again saved all of its cards, right? So when it does come into play, he's going to be sitting there, heavy cards, heavy shield, heavy value.
So Mino's back Axie is poison, but it does have cattail, but I don't know how effective it is going to be at allowing it to survive.
Oh, we got another one, so that's pretty good. That'll help a lot. He's green. Oh, and then he gets the crit on the big hit. That's tough for Tan right there. That is a big, big moment. And Mino is in the driver's seat now with that for sure. Oh, and he's going to get the kill. Yeah, for sure. Last time it looked much better for Tan. This time,
yeah. That's what I was saying. Is like, if Mino couldn't, if Mino couldn't be taken down with that first turn last time, like it's not gonna be happening.
Fair. So I think after this one, Tan definitely needs to switch it up. Don't think this composition is gonna be able to hold up against the spears. But it's not over yet. He does still have. Oh, he has 2 energy. Actually, it's looking kind of very rough. Let's see. And he goes for the midliner again. He gets the crit on the, of course, on the grass snake. To be fair, the ticks are ticking. And they're both out of energy. There's not a cat. I'm not saying I still think Mino's going to win, but there might be a little bit of hope. Winnable, says Sunseed.
Winnable. Surprise us, Tom. We're sending strength.
Yeah, we're sending it all your way. That would be incredible. The scarabs, or no, the bug move that he's holding right now has pretty good defense. So, well, yeah, the shield is solid. It isn't bad. Oh, but the spiky was pretty huge. But he's gonna get this kill.
Oh, no way, dude. This is looking up.
Oh, and he gets the crit! Mino gets the crit. This could be a...
Oh!
Oh my goodness. Oh, Jeff, make sure you're watching in the Discord, then you won't have a delay.
Okay, wait.
What the crit?
Oh, okay.
Not enough damage, and Mino takes it home. Crit City-O, crit City-O, crit City-O, crit City-O.
Damn, blessed.
Oh my.
He's on a 69-day Atia's blessing streak.
That has to mean something. That's funny. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, 60. This is your 69, baby. Well done, Mino. Impressive 2-0 so far. It's not over yet. Tun still has a chance, and these games were close. So, you know, even though the start wasn't as good, there was better decision making throughout the game, and Tun was very, very able to bring that home. But Mino had the RNG gods on his side. So, you know, can Tun reverse sweep, or is Mino gonna continue that 69 Atia's blessing throughout the night and get another dub under his belt? Sir Maniag says, "Bless my 68 streak, Daddy Jiho." See a lot of new names in the chat.
I actually believe that the max streak that you can have right now is like 62 or 63. So it's been like 63 days since we launched the Tia's Blessing. A shout out to everybody who's diligently praying to a Tia on a daily basis. But yeah. So I think the 69-day streak will be maybe next week. And maybe we should do something for everyone who hits the 69-day successfully.
A 69 NFT, just a 69, that's all. That'd be funny. Forever in the wallet. All right, the game is ready. We're gonna go into game 3. And then the next stop is 420. That's funny.
Alright, so what do we have here? So I see this nut, right? This, yeah, I see a double nut beat mech in the back that Tana has brought on. That's different.
Yeah, it is. It's very nice. I think the backdoor for Mino obviously could still kill that other one, but I don't think that's the trade he's probably going for. He'll probably want to go front door, get rid of these two quickly.
You think so?
But the other one is faster, so maybe at some point he has to nuke him, right?
I think he should. I think I would try to take him out like ASAP, because that mech is gonna be like going through the front too, right? Like with the
Fair.
advantage, with the nuts.
What happens though if you attack and don't kill, right? Is the problem. But okay, so far no backdoors. They're both just kind of baiting and juking each other. A little bit of energy control coming in from Tun. So, okay, and more cards for Tun. So he's in a pretty good spot right now. He's got the slight advantage, I'd say.
Yeah, so if Mino can get a bunch of cards on his back mech, then he can backdoor. Otherwise, he may, you know, he's going to be vulnerable as well, and we got a little danger.
But Mino likes danger. Both the games have been very close, and he is not a stranger to danger. He's been at multiple LAN events. He's been the best performing top 8 player, I think, in Origins, actually. So super, super consistent, even though he hasn't brought back all the titles, you know, he has been crushing. And right here, he's down in Axie. He's only up 1 energy and a couple cards. And the thing about Tun's hand is those are all for card draw. So as soon as that frontliner dies, there's a whole bunch of card draw potential coming in from the midliner. Will Mino juke that with the backdoor later? Very interesting to think about. But no cards on the mech for Tun or Painto Gaming. So he's just kind of waiting for card draw now. All right, both players about to draw their cards. Here we go. 1 card again on the mech for Tun. And Tun's just gonna full pass here. Doesn't care about the 1 card he'll lose. Oh, but he doesn't even die.
Wow.
I don't think that was what Mino wanted. I think that is... Let's see what he draws. If he draws a bunch of cards on that guy, that could be good for Mino. Because he's very slow. Let's see if it messes up his card draw. Besides that, pretty even.
And Mino is slowly building up his ability to pull a backdoor as well.
Correct. It's pretty much there this turn. He'll draw something. He's ready if he chooses. And there it comes.
Okay.
Oh, but he goes into a shield. This is what I was talking about. Because he's going to lose this guy, and he's going to jump into this shield. I don't know if he kills without a crit. Oh, he does, because those are huge. But he's already taking damage. But then again, this mech is going to do a lot. Like, he can just probably...
Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting, because how are they going to play the cards? Is he going to go backdoor and then maybe run into a cattail and make, you know, Tun draw all of his cards? Is he going to go front door, kill, and just wait? Hoping to draw something out? This is interesting.
This is tough, man. The optionality from the backdoor, like, just increases the potential moves, like, so much. Okay.
He's just going to put up the
like
shield.
He's just going to try and kill the front, but is it enough? Yeah, it should be enough. Okay.
But look at what he drew out, right? He drew out the cattail. Oh, I guess there was on each, so it didn't matter. Okay, okay, yeah. And there it is. The quick 3-0. Mino coming out and just, you know, doing what Mino does best, dominating.
It was good that he had that, you know, it was good that he had that backdoor mech to neutralize the Nutcracker mech, I think, and that was the key matchup there.
Yeah, the damage was enough with the two risky beasts on the back, putting out like 149 damage each. That is insane. Mino knows his math. So well done, congratulations. Moving on to the top 4. Our top 4 is complete. If we want to pull up the bracket real quick before the announcement that is about to come your way, ladies and gentlemen, make sure right now, get on Twitter, get everyone in here, as many people as you can. Grab your neighbors, grab your grandma, get your dog, get everybody, sit them down in the living room and let them hear what's going to happen coming up soon. And let's just see the bracket real quick, and let's see who our top 4 is going to be and what we have to look forward to the rest of the night. Some good matches coming up, man. I'm really excited to see this. Especially the first one. Come on, Cash. Come on, Cash. And Baby Boy is a beast. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was an upset. I wonder if Baby Boy is an AKA for someone else. The Axie pool looked real pro. It's coming. It's coming. There it is. So we got Cash and Baby Boy, and then we got Mino and Angie, as we call them. I'm not sure if it's a guy or a girl. Angie also with a 3-0. So looking strong. That Super Bird is going to get a chance against Mino, and Mino's backdoor probably won't be super effective against that bird. I'm excited to see what happens. Jeff, you want to start the announcement? You want to let the people know what's going on?
All right, so yeah. So one of the things that I wanted to announce today, to go with this like little bit of a theme of, you know, percolating with Axie Classic, and, you know, getting it a little bit back more into the hands of the community, is that we will actually be hosting with E4E a larger Classic tournament. This is a 512 player tournament. The total prize pool is going to be 1,000 AXS. And the interesting thing here is that the way to qualify for this is that we will be resetting the Classic in-game leaderboard, and the top 512 at a certain date. What date is that, Chief?
So it's going to be a 2-week mini season, basically, to allow everyone to take their, you know, you got 2 weeks, and the top 512 finishers will automatically qualify for the 1,000 AXS tournament. Boom.
Nice. So it's going to be the top 512 on the Classic leaderboard on August 28th.
So if you're grinding Classic, I mean, top 512 is very doable if you're a good player and you play the game, you put in the time, And if you're a grinder, 2 weeks is a long time to be able to grind as well, right? So whether you're the grinder or you're the pro, you should be able to get up into that top 512, and you should be able to get into this big tournament that is gonna be incoming. But that is not all. There's gonna be Axie Classic, the Battlegrounds. They're gonna be hosted every Wednesday and every Saturday with the 30 AXS prize pool. So there will be constant classic tournaments going on. They will be rotating east and west time zones between Wednesdays and Saturdays, so that, you know, first Wednesday can be east, first Saturday can be west, and then swap it. Next Wednesday is west, next Saturday is east. So whatever time zone you're in, you're gonna have opportunities to play. And you know, Classic is back. If you guys want to compete, the tournaments are there. Make sure to sign up, play, get on Twitter, let everybody know you're having a great time. And that's how we continue the movement, everyone. This is great. I'm having a great time tonight. Gio, thank you also for coming out and kicking it and casting with me. That was fun, bro.
I want to class more. Like, are there more games? Are there more matchups? Or we still going? Or
We're still going.
Okay.
So I'm gonna bounce out, but Reg will come back with an Invictum, and you can do another game. I'm sure that's not a problem at all.
Okay.
Hell yeah, bro. No, I'm a little bit sick today, so I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna watch the rest of these games from my bed. But pleasure. We need to do this again. Let's stream something together sometime, bro. That'd be a blast.
Dude, much love. Yeah, this time is actually good for me. Like, maybe a little, yeah. Sunday mornings after church, it's like a good slot for me to do something like this. I'm gonna be like helping with the trilogy match as well. So everybody who wants to see me again, who wants to see Lunasia's home team dominate in the playoffs. You own a basketball team. They're playing today. In just about 3 hours, we're gonna be streaming it from the Axie Discord as well.
That's freaking awesome. I wish it wasn't at the worst time ever in my time zone. But I do follow it on Twitter. I think it's freaking great. Let's get that three-peat, baby. That's what we're talking about. So we're going to go to just a quick break. We're going to swap out some casters, or I'm going to swap out. Thank you guys all for coming. It was a pleasure, and I hope everyone has a blast for the rest of this Throwback tournament. I will see you guys very soon, and, you know, we'll be right back.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn. Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Of all time.
When we look back from the incident itself, it's a pretty big emotional hit, right? When you think that everything you have been working towards might be going down.
I think a lot of people would have crumbled in that type of situation, but we had the support of the community. They were cheering us on.
I'm really glad that we were able to pull through and then also refund all of the users.
When it comes to trying to figure out like what happened behind the scene, Google people have been very helpful, supportive, and friendly to us.
We have been doing deep level forensics, working with top security experts. We now have Google Cloud as one of the validators, which is a very big deal for us.
Working with Google Cloud, I think, is super important for us to really be able to scale our user base.
Google Cloud visited our office here in Ho Chi Minh City, going through some of the infrastructure to make sure that nothing bad can happen.
Axie is a game that's turned into a movement. We know we're doing our job when our players are getting their friends, their family, even their grandma involved with Axie.
With Axie, we've tried to provide value to the players, making a fun game, which is high entertainment value, but at the same time also gives more back in the long term.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn. Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Boom. We are back, everyone, and it is now time for the Axie Classic Throwback semi-finals. I am Ruthless Reg. I am joined by basically the name that is related to Axie, one of the biggest names, G-Hos. How are you feeling, my friend? I know you've casted one game earlier. Now it is time for the semi-finals. How are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I'm excited. Like, casting is always fun. I haven't, cast anything in so long, but if you actually go on YouTube, you'll see like in the early days, me and Psych Out, we used to be the Axie casters for mainly like during the auto battles era, but also the first classic tournament, which Chuck actually won. So Chuck was actually the first classic champion. People might not know this, but Chuck was the first champion of classic.
Oh wow!
It's actually an amazing tournament. You guys should go check it out. You can find it on the Axie YouTube. I think it was like Legends Never Die, and we gave the Die stablecoin as the reward. I think the total prize pool was like $1,000 or something like that, or even less.
That's nice.
So
still good. Still very good.
Class.
Nice. There you go. Check it out. Legends Never Die. And speaking of legends, we are now making new legends. It is now history in the making as the Axie Classic tournaments are back. Throwback is one, I guess it's our launch event is what it feels like, because after this there's going to be a lot more Axie Classic tournaments, and that's where we want to be. That's why if you are tuning in, we want to make this as big as possible, so just send it to everyone you know. Let them tune in and watch. It is a wild tournament so far. It is exciting so far, and we are in the semifinals. Let's have a look at the brackets actually and see how everyone is faring so far. Ooh, there you go. So Cash has moved on, is now facing Baby Boy, which is going to be quite an interesting matchup because Cash is known as one of the favorites, but Jove was also known as one of the favorites, and Baby Boy knocked Jove out of the last game. So now is Baby Boy gonna be knocking out another favorite, or is Cash gonna be cementing his win? That is gonna be what we are gonna be witnessing right now. Aside from that, the other semis is gonna be Mino versus Angazamo, also known as Angie, as coined by Chief. That is another match that we will be facing. That we will be seeing, but for now it's gonna be Cash and Baby Boy. Let's have a look at their Axie pools and have a quick peek. Ooh, interesting. So, what do you see? What do you see?
Yeah, I mean, I see that like Spear is really strong, right? It has a lot of value. It's just clearly an S tier card, right? So it's like a lot of these matchups are playing into that very fast. Speed is important, right? Like, so people are playing like these high damage mechs a lot, but you also have these very kind of tanky brawler dusks. That's, to be honest, like an archetype that I would love to see fleshed out more in Origins, to be honest, right? Is something that's more like a brawler, like it can dish out damage but can also throw its shield up a bit. That's been kind of like one of my qualms with the game, to be honest, to someone who loves like reptiles and dusk and stuff like that. What else do we see?
There's a lot of bugs as well from both sides of the field. Another interesting
bug,
take.
right? The bug, the backline bug or whatever, or the last standing bug, that kind of brings back memories of the classic tournament at AxieCon, right? Which was like, it was that epic bug, a crit on a mosquito that really
healed up
the side of the battle, right? So then, right, it's like, okay, speed is very important, except for if you can have these stuns, right? The stuns can kind of like help you absorb a kind of that first mover advantage a little bit. And Mosquito is a very strong card right now, right? So it's like, okay, if you can play like basically Mosquito and Snail Shell together, that's viable for not necessarily needing to go first. Also, I guess the ability to discard, right, is kind of like you're making sure that they don't have like so huge of a combo to burst through of whatever you put up.
True that indeed. Now that you mentioned speed as well, in the lunge comp, you're after whoever is faster, right? But in the bug comp, if they both play bugs, if you look at these bugs, one bug has double leaf ears and eyes from Cash's side, while Baby Boy has reptile eyes and ears, which means I think in the bug mirror you want to be slower so that you take hits first and then you heal it back up with Mosquito. So there's a very interesting take on reverse speed in the bug matchup. So good to see that there's a lot of different kinds of ways that you can maximize speed, whether it be going faster or slower.
People have to remember, right, that in Classic there are no cards for the eyes and the ears, but that doesn't mean that they're not important slots, because things like that, the speed differential, can be a make or break. And
True that,
Classic
indeed.
is a game of slight little adjustments, right?
Yeah. Like, just swinging first because of a speed diff to just end one Axie could be game ending at that point. So yeah, very true indeed. We do see a Reflectile from Cash's side, which has the full Reflect plus Tiny Dino, and we don't see that from Baby Boy's side. That could be something that might dictate this game, this matchup as well.
Reflectile, that's probably like a good counter, right, to maybe some of these mechs, right? So.
Yep. It's a counter to mechs. It's a counter to lunges as well. The thing is, it just dies to the bug. So at any point that Reflectile comes up and the bug shows up, it's just almost lights out for the Reflectile. So there's a bit of a high risk, high reward situation that even is happening before they face each other in terms of comps. What else? Ooh, Cash also has a Shrimp, which means Cash can backdoor with that Aqua to mechs if Baby Boy decides to play mechs to the back line. Interesting, but the thing is, like, for example, I'll say again that Cash might have the better comp versus Baby Boy, but the thing is, I said that with Jove as well, and Jove he just got destroyed by Baby Boy in that game. So I might be shooting my own foot again if I say that Cash might have the better lineup, and then Baby Boy just hammers through and gets the win. But yep, aside from the one extra mech from Baby Boy's side, aside from the Shrimp and the Reflectile from Cash's side, and the Numbing Lucretian, it is a lot of similar cards actually. Similar Aquas. Lunges would play similarly as well. And yeah, that's about it. There's some cool reptiles as well. Cash has the Numbing Lucretian. Baby Boy has the Wall Gecko reptile, which is quite different, but we've seen that. I think that's the Sequitile. Sequinox introduced this reptile as well, so very cool to see. Very interesting to see if we see that in action. But yeah, it's a lot of good stuff. So far, so good. Matchups wise, we are now just waiting for these players to challenge each other so that we can jump in. We've gotten the go signal. They have now started. We will be heading into the game. Let's go. This is game number 1 of the first semifinals. We've got Cash on the left versus Baby Boy on the right. What? Ooh, there's some shrimp action right. Oh, that's some early action. Quick hello from Baby Boy. What else? Goda came in, burned some energy as well. You're always happy when that Goda hits an energy from Cash's side. So, yeah, at that point, Baby Boy is happy with his plays there. There's 2 shrimps right now from Cash's card draws. You don't really want 2 of the shrimps this early. You want 1, and then offense if he's after. But his shrimp, in theory, lines up well against the mech in the backline.
Yeah.
It can just jump and end it.
Yeah, so him hunting that mech is a storyline of this match to keep in mind.
True that indeed. Goda's coming in from both sides of the field, and it looks like it's still at parity right now with both people at 0 energy. Similar number of cards. Cash has a bit more cards compared to Baby Boy. But Baby Boy has the mech that generates energy with Cottontail. That might be a struggle for Cash's side in terms of if that mech is able to capitalize. Cash wants to end that mech as quickly as possible. 2 cards coming in. Ooh. Dual blade. That is big damage. Generates the energy as well with Cottontail. So that mech has done its thing. And that mech is gonna be chilling there for a bit because he's used all of his cards. There's one Revenge Arrow. What Cash needs to get, I think, is one extra Aqua card. Because with these, with 2 Shrimps, or another play actually could be Shrimp, Piranha, followed by Scale Dart, and end with a Shrimp to kill the mech. I think an unshielded mech would die from that attack. And I think that is what Cash is deciding on. That would be a heads-up play, ending the mech with a Shrimp. It's gonna be risky though, because even with one Cottontail, that would be shields up, and that mech would survive. Oh, he got a lot of offense though.
Yeah.
Oh! Choosing to keep that mech alive. It could be a heads-up play in a way that he wants that.
Oh,
1 HP.
1 HP.
That is rough.
As bad as you might think, because if he draws a bunch of cards on that Dusk, then I think we saw that in the last match.
Yep, that's true. You're very right. Aside from that, if he draws a lot of mech cards as well, Cash can opt to kill the mech before that mech plays anything. So it looks bad for Cash's side, but Cash is well in this game. The only issue I could see is it's gonna be down to a Dusk for Baby Boy versus Cash's Shrimp backline. Ooh, decides to swing to the back.
Yes, and he got it.
Yep, Axie's as well. Very minimal attack. Still has that front. Yeah. Still has that front Axie with 1 HP though. Very scary. That could potentially even outspeed the Shrimp at the point where it goes double croc and then slows the Shrimp down. Where that Dusk outspeeds the Shrimp. He did use 1 though is the thing. So it's a matter of, does Baby Boy get the redraw of croc? Does not get it. He gets 1. But I don't think 1 is enough to slow the oh, it is enough. Wow.
It is, right?
It is. Impressive.
Wow. Now it's like the turntables are turned, motherfucker.
Attacks are coming in. Look at that. And Baby Boy getting that win. Well done. Well done. Very impressive. Upset from the chats. What an impressive upset indeed. Cash was the favorite coming into this tournament. And Baby Boy is now 1 game up versus Cash right there. Very, very impressive indeed. Quite a showcase. Croc slowed it down to the point where...
Yo, Croc is like the secret smasher, man. Like, what?
Yeah.
Is that yeah, I haven't seen it, like, used so much, but
yeah, that's true. In terms of slowing things down, it's not that important in other matchups, especially like a lunge mirror, for example, where it's bruisers, right, beating each other up. But when you're playing against Aquas, where their speed is an important factor and you remove that asset from them, they just are able to plow through that Aqua with all of those reptile cards. And the Croc is a reptile card.
It was a good read, right? I guess he must have seen that he had some dangerous Aquas there, and then and then it's like you have that and it's kind of like balances the vulnerability of his mech, right?
That's true. Like, even if, for example, in another scenario, that mech was lights out at the beginning, that Croc would still have been able to plow through that game again and take back advantage. So well done from Baby Boy. Chief had a good question actually, because Baby Boy is not a familiar name as even when I was playing in season 21. So it's either he's playing as an alias. No one knows who Baby Boy is. Does anyone in chat know who Baby Boy is? Because he is doing his thingy right now and is winning hard against all of these familiar names as well. So yep, if you know, or if Baby Boy is in the chat, Baby Boy is the man. He is Baby Man now. He's not Baby Boy anymore.
Baby Boy the Prince. Have you guys ever listened to? Have you guys ever heard Baby Boy to Prince. Like, he had one great song, Baby Boy to Prince. I think the song is called The Way I Live. I highly recommend listening to this song.
All right.
It's like a
Yeah, we'll
very
check it
good
out.
song.
Baby Boy the Prince. Sounds good. Sounds good. Someone in chat saying Baby Boy is Endar. Someone else is saying Baby Boy is RMZ. So there's a lot of ambiguity in Baby Boy's who he is behind the scenes. It's my alt, says Radio Rallo. Hello Rallo, how are you doing, bro? Things going well. It's been a blast so far. This is V2, the Throwback Axie Classic semifinals, and it is 1-up to Baby Boy versus Cash. So far, so good. Let's bring up the roster of Axies again to see what can Cash bring out. Actually, we saw a lot. There was a lot of options for Cash to bring out. Like, for example, if Cash brought out the Reflectile, then it could have been a different story. But yeah, we've heard it's just about to start. We've got game. We're jumping right into game number 2. They've got action as early as turn 1. Baby Boy not wasting any time at all. 3 lunges locked in. 37 HP remaining for Cash's frontliner. Look at that. What can 37 HP do? 37 HP in a dream is what this Axie is going for. That's rough. And he doesn't have cards at all for that frontline Axie for Cash. We see it 1 turn behind, which means Cash would have drawn 3 cards as well. It could potentially be 3 frontline Axie cards, but if it is either than that, then this just has no defense at all. Playing with 37 HP. That'll just die to anything. To a Goda even. To a Timber it would die, so scary. Scary to be in Cash's position right now. And here we go. We are in round number 3. Baby Boy opted to skip that turn after swinging hard. Interesting. I would have capitalized and tried to end this front line, but maybe Baby Boy is wanting Cash to draw a bit more cards to throw away with that front line Axie.
Tell me about the plant, like Cash's like midline plant. Like, what is this Axie doing?
So that Axie is more of a catch-all, in a sense where if you're playing with melee cards that have heal, you just prevent those heals with Scarabs. If you're playing ranged cards with high offense, then the Leak prevents anything ranged happening afterwards. And at the same time, Cash doesn't have any energy gain except for Kotaros. So that is a plant that you bring in if you're expecting high damage, high ranged moved attacks, and fast Axies, because the Kotaro can get energy, can generate energy back. And look at that, it's a bruiser as well in a plant body. So nice. Very interesting, very impressive as well. And it's also very strong against Reflect, is what Radio Rallo is saying in the chat, because it's just able to line up well. With its ranged moves, it prevents ranged moves from happening as well, because the Reflect of the Reflectile is a ranged move. So after that turn, can't use it at all. You can then follow up with all of your damage. So yeah, very cool. And it's slower as well. It's very slow as a plant. And it's not chilling. Gains energy, prevents heals, prevents ranged moves, and
I love this bruiser, man. Like, I love bruisers. Yeah. Like, I love the bruiser archetype.
Yeah, because you can switch gears depending on what is going on, which is very cool. Oh no. Someone got disconnected. Oh, we are good. It was just...
We're good.
We're safe. We are safe. The action is piling up. And I think it was too hot to handle, but here we go. 218 shield. Look at that plant. It is chilling. No damage at all went through. This is a lot of cards being drawn, though, from Baby Boy's side. Double Cattail means it's going to be drawing 2 cards off of this Scarab, and it is going to be a 1v2 scenario. But Cash's Bruiser is very strong. I mean, it is scary to play against. Like, I mean, Baby Boy's position looking at this plant, and what can you do? If you swing with any attack and it gets caught with a leak, then you're disabling your Scarab next turn. And then aside from that, if you swing with melee moves, then you dish out some damage, but your tank is... Ooh! Cash decided to skip. And Baby
Will he
Boy...
pay for that?
He didn't have a lot of cards, so I think he was just too scared to play anything that would just be wasted.
He would have survived though, right? He would have.
He would
survived
have,
if he
yeah.
played.
Unless he's just trying to maximize, set up for the 1v1. That's another play because
I think
this
1v1 is
strong.
looking good for him though, because he has a lot of cards and.
Yeah, and he's got, again, as you said, the speed game is the name of the game for Aquas, and with this, Arco is a speed up card, Koi is a speed up card, so this Axie can speed up at a maximum of 4 times. So
if he survives this, then he's good.
Yeah, and here we go. I think he does. No crits in, and Buzzing Wind just shreds through armor as well, and the first attack destroys armor. Speeds up, and
there
Cash gets there, looks like it. Boom! And follow-up ends Baby Boy's win streak right there. Baby Boy is now down a game, and it is even 1-1. This is how it happened, though, with Baby Boy in the previous game as well. So Cash is not comfortable just yet. He'd want a significant advantage before he'd feel comfortable on his seat. It's a good game though. Everyone is doing their best. Everyone is dishing out really good damage. And yeah, I think Cash might have solved it with his midline plan. That was a very strong setup for that plan. Baby Boy, you can do it in the chats. There you go. 2 Koi, 2 Arco, according to Kira Killa. Yep, that is a lot of speeds up. Koi, Arco, according to Radio Rallo as well. Very, very impressive. And yeah, it is very, very cool so far. How you feeling with that matchup? Is it good? Did you?
I'm intrigued, man. I'm intrigued. I'm still, soaking everything in. So, I'm gonna be a student. I'm gonna be asking questions. Kind of like putting myself in the role of an audience member in some ways too, because I'm sure there are people in the audience too who, haven't watched Classic in a while and are also still looking for some guidance on what's going on. So, that's what I'm gonna do for this match. But I'm loving it, and it's it's amazing that we have something this solid to kind of do a throwback towards. So.
That is true. That is very true indeed. Let's have a look at the Axies again and see what they can use in this game. All right, so Baby Boy is in a bit of a pickle because of that plant from Cash. An option that he could go for is unleash his mech to handle that plant. The plant is going to be disabling ranged moves, so it's going to be disabling Godas and Revenge Arrow as well, Risky Beast. But Baby Boy only needs 1 set of attacks to destroy a plant, especially with a high damage Axie like that mech. So it doesn't mind if it gets disabled the next turn. So there's an option that Baby Boy brings that mech. There's also the other option of bringing in the balloon mech as well, which has a double nut attack. And double nut, when it triggers on plants, it swings for 170 plus damage per card. So that is huge. It can just wipe out a plant if it wanted to. So there's that as well. And Baby Boy has the Aquas as well. Baby Boy can just match those Aquas from Cash with his own Aquas and call it a day. There's that. It is going to be interesting to see what they decide to do, though. Interesting. Cash might reshuffle again, bring the Shrimp out to counter the potential mech that Baby Boy might bring in. So it's going to be a bit of a heads-up play. There's no lineup that actually dominates because of the way it's a back and forth between these lineups.
We haven't seen the bug. Yeah. We haven't seen either side bring the bug.
True that.
So is
True
there
that
is there
indeed.
potential to bring out one of the reptiles? I just want to see people play reptiles. Like, is the reflectile in play?
The reflectile might be brought out, especially if Baby Boy decides to go for a double aqua game plan, because that is one of its strong suits. It's also really good against mechs because it reflects all of these high damage cards.
That's what I'm saying, right? Is like because it's vulnerable to the bug, right? So if people aren't playing the bug, then
bring out the reflectile. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, that is something that Cash could bring out. Yeah, and Baby Boy is the one who needs to counter the plant from Cash. So maybe with the mech coming out, a reflectile from Cash might be a good shout. It might be the way to go to counter all of these heads-up play from both of these players. Very, very interesting. Let's see, let's see. They are just deciding what they want to bring to the table. There's also that numbing Licretian reptile from Cash, which is very unique. I don't think I've seen this before as well. But it is interesting. It prevents it prevents melee moves from happening. In a 1v1 scenario from Baby Boy, it would be the bug has ranged moves in the form of Parasite. It might, yeah, it's not. Oh, actually, that's a good answer to Baby Boy's Aqua with the Buzzing Wind, because all of those speeds up are melee moves. So if you get hit by Numbing Licretian, you're gone. It's game time though. They have locked in their picks. We are gonna be jumping in the game. Let's head on over to game number 3, and we've got a mech. Looks like we have a mech from Baby Boy's side, but no reflectile in sight from Cash's side. Still the Aqua, which might still be good versus the mech now that we think about it, actually. Having an Aqua body means the mech is not going to be dishing out a lot of damage. Having Piranha as Aqua moves and Koi as an Aqua speed up as well is going to be huge. So I think lineup-wise, Cash might be at an advantage. The only thing that Cash will struggle to get through is Baby Boy's midliner with a Croc. If that goes down quickly, then Cash is going to have an easy time versus the mech. But the question is, does Cash have a lot of damage is the thing, especially if he needs a lot of damage to get through this first Axie right now. Lining up things perfectly so that a Cattail removes the last stand of that frontline Axie. And now it is down to 2 Axies from Baby Boy's side and still 3 Axies from Cash's side. There's a play here where you can just
Baby Boy needs to get like a bunch of cards on the mech to get through these front 2, but
there's nothing.
It's not working out.
That's true. That's true indeed. And Cash is lining his cards up so that he starts with the Buzzing Wind to just apply Fragile and then follow up with all of these Beast, these bug moves. Yes, this is an Aqua and this is a plant. But if you look at these body parts, Arco is a Beast move. That's going to be dishing out big damage against a Dusk. Scarab as well. And Beach is very strong as well. And he's coming in. But first, Buzzing Wind, followed by an Arco, just goes right into the HP of Baby Boy. Croc comes in, still does not kill this frontline Axie. Even with those attacks, Cash is still on 3 Axies and Baby Boy has 2 remaining. Very scary to be in Baby Boy's side. And I think Cash is a bit ahead right now. Very impressive indeed. Very, very impressive indeed. Okay, cards are coming in for the mech, which means it's gonna be doing its thingy now. It might be too late, or is this enough? It's enough. Brings to last stand, and oh, that is huge. Look at that. 4 cards went into 1 bar of last stand. You don't want that happening. Baby Boy is at a disadvantage right now. That is 4 energy thrown into 1 last stand bar. You do not want that happening, ladies and gentlemen. That is very scary indeed. So Cash is just chilling right now. Cash needs a buzzing wind, and I'm guessing 2 to 3 attacks would be a safe number. But you want 3 beast or bug moves. So he's still setting up, generating some energy, disabling the Croc. The Croc is a ranged move, and this Leak is gonna be disabling that. Croc and Goda is gonna be disabled right now. Very cool. Very interesting to see. Scary though. Cash still does not have energy, while Baby Boy is setting up for big attacks. Even with all of that happening, Baby Boy might just survive.
Baby Boy needs a dual blade crit to get through this plant.
That's true. That is very true. He's got the cards in there. We see a lot of offense in the cards. And for example, if Cash even decides to skip at this point and Baby Boy locks in the double Goda, that's a lot of energy being burned from Cash's side. So what he wants to see is he goes Goda, crit with a dual blade, and win against this plant. It's now a 2v1 scenario. Everything's coming in. Is this potentially enough? Even it's enough.
Yes.
That is strong. It is a 1v1 scenario. Cash is Baby Boy surrendered. Baby Boy surrendered, looks like it. He said he's done. He doesn't want to play against Aquas, and yep, it is gonna be Cash advantaged at this point in time with 2 wins to Baby Boy's 1 win. That Aqua did its thingy. That Aqua burned through a lot of shields right there with buzzing wind.
So this is a best of 5 or
best of 5. Yep, you're right. So it is advantage Cash right now, 2 games to 1 versus Baby Boy's lineup. And whoever wins this moves on to the finals. So this is playing for all of the marbles right now. If Cash wins, it's over. Baby Boy gets knocked out in the semifinals. He is done for this tournament. If Baby Boy wins, then we've got a game 5, and it is going to be more action right there. Interesting to see. Let's bring up the Axie pool one more time to have a look and see what they are potentially going to be subbing in. Yep, versus Cash's backline Aqua. What are Baby Boy's options? He could do a similar lineup. He's got the same comps right there. In terms of having that Koi with Buzzing Wind as a backliner. A midline Axie that he could put in is his mech still. That might be a better shout actually. Like, keep the mech as a midliner Axie to just go through all of these lunges. And then keep that Koi backline to face the other Koi backline. That might be the way to go there. But yeah, because we see that Cash is...
Bring out the Reflectile.
Reflectile is requested.
You know, I created the Reflectile, know, I did the balance for Classic, right? So I was like, you might know, right? That's why I keep saying I like brawlers, and actually brawlers are kind of quite strong, right? In Classic. So you can kind of see my play style, what I think is personally fun, maybe it became strong. So
there you go. So you want one of your babies to come out for this match, and
I think that's the goal, right? Is you balance the game in a way that you think maximizes fun, and then that may be subjective. That might be subjective to what you think.
That's true. So you are now gonna be hoping that Cash is bringing out that Reflectile. It could line up well, actually. Cash's Reflectile lines up well against Baby Boy's mech, against everything, actually, except the bug. And we haven't seen bugs at all. So that is something that could potentially come up for this game. Tell him to bring out the Reflectile in the chats, according to Sunseen. Oh, there you go. You're a Reflectile right now. You're a brawler right now. Right there, look at that.
Yeah.
It's gone. It's gone.
I even Reflectiles were strong in Origins, like during Season 0, but that changed. So I may
That's
need
true.
to help. I may need to fix that.
There's a lot of potential there though as well. Like
Can
the same
devs
kind
do
of
something
feel.
about Reflectiles.
Yeah.
That's my question.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Let's see if chats have anything. Jiho's Reflectile in the chats. Two, according to No One Escapes. Very interesting. Okay, I pull up, says No One Escapes. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. But yeah. Why? There's just why in the chats. All right, tournament is undergoing. We've got game number 4. Cash and Baby Boy are now in it to win it. Let's see. Oh, Baby Boy brings in. Oh, Cash brings in the Reflectile.
Yes!
Cash brings it in. There you go.
All right, he's got to win now. To be honest, guys, I cannot be neutral. And I think it's actually a good point.
Sorry,
it was
chat.
a good move, right? Because that Reflectile is gonna match up well against this mech.
That's true. That's true. Maybe we could have a third caster being the Reflectile. That could be really cool. But yeah, coming in. Big attacks are coming in. Piranha is dishing out damage, followed up with Godas. It's not gonna be met with energy though, and 6 HP remaining to swing back. That is huge. Baby Boy is doing his best to swing in these games and swing back. He's scared to be facing that Reflectile in a 1v1 scenario though. Very interesting. Very, very interesting to see. What you want to be doing though is saving your cards for your Reflectile, so that at the point where you're getting swinged at by all of these Axies, you've got the defense. And there you go. We've got 5 cards already from Cash's side of things. And then Arco comes in from Baby Boy. So it's at parity right now. Both people are on similar terms right now. But there's a lot of cards on the Reflectile right now. Very cool. Very interesting to see. Let's see, let's see. Is it gonna be offense or is Cash gonna be chilling a bit more? Kotaros are great in these fast lineups because Kotaros can generate energy if you're swinging against fast Axies, and both of these Axies are very fast as well. Big attacks. Lunge, even without any chains at all, hurts against Aquas. Kotaro generates energy.
Energy.
Yeah, so setting up for the big turns. Let's see, let's see. It's still even though. If you look at the HPs, like one of each Axie is still in green, one of each is in red in similar positions. But a Reflectile is different because a Reflectile can 2v1 these Axies, reflecting all of the big damage moves. Becomes mind games as well at that point. Like, is this Reflectile gonna be shielding up or is it gonna be chilling? But as you see, Cash keeps 5 cards every time on the Reflectile, so that when it's down to a 1v1 scenario, Cash draws 3 cards and has a full set of Reflectile cards to face these Axies. Does this kill? Wow! Big attack from Tiny Dino.
Tiny Dino is one of the best cards ever invented. Whenever Tiny Dino is not strong, I try to make it strong. Like, to be honest.
It is very strong.
One of my ideas is that Tiny Dino needs to always be viable. It's one of the most iconic cards, and both aesthetically and in the game. It always needs to be viable, in my opinion. That's one of my.
True that. It's a cool card as well, where it needs to charge up, and as soon as it's charged up, it's gonna be swinging hard. Very cool to see.
Makes sense. It just makes sense. Okay, here we go.
Ooh, interesting. One attack, just in case Baby Boy goes wild, he's able to reflect.
Why wouldn't you use the Kotaro to be that one?
Yeah, I'd prefer the Kotaro as well for energy gains, because I guess
it's just example, maybe he didn't know that he wasn't gonna do anything. I guess so. Maybe just a little bit of extra insurance.
True that, just in case, right? Like ranged moves come in. Very cool to see. But now both players are in a conundrum. They have to get into each other's brain because, for example, if Baby Boy comes in and Cash skips, Baby Boy wins. Or even not skipping, like even if Cash plays Kotaros instead of Reflects, it's gonna be a problem for Cash. Because what's gonna happen is he can just die from mech attacks. But if Cash plays... Ooh! They decided to skip, I think, both of them at the same time, was it? Oh no, or they're just playing at this point.
He's reflecting. He's reflecting.
Big attacks coming in. Big attacks being reflected back as well. A balloon comes in to seal the deal. And he opts to play one Kotaro, does not decide to be fully defensive, and goes into last stand. That might be it. Cash just needs to survive.
Survive!
And he
Just
takes
survive!
Survive! No crits!
No crit, no crit!
Boom!
Oh! I told you, play the reflectile!
Black tile! God,
Play the reflectile and you win.
Well done to Cash. Look at him. Quick reflectile shout out. Right there. Reflects everything back to that mech, and Cash wins the series 3-1. What a nice semifinals right there. Very impressive. Very cool from both players. But Cash was dominant with his reflectile. Look at that. Well done indeed. Calm Daddy G-Hose according to chat. Daddy Moan. We can. That's his baby right there. What? Stage dad. Stage dad.
That was, to be honest, very satisfying to watch.
That's true. That is very true indeed. Let's have a quick look at the brackets and see how Cash has moved forward. Let's see. Cash has now won and has moved on to the finals. He's gonna be chilling and is gonna be waiting on whoever wins versus Mino and Angasimo. And that is a first semifinals done. That was quite fun actually. That was quite good. And I think, did you have a blast with that game, G-Hose, before we move on to our third caster for the day? Fourth caster.
Sometimes things line up in the universe, in life, where exactly the thing that you want to happen happens, and then it's very pleasurable. That was one of those.
True that. True that indeed. What a good game. Very fun. But that is the semifinals done. That is G-Hose done as well with your casting series. Thank you for joining us for today. I had fun. It was great. That was a good series of matches as well. So
I think
very
we need to
well
buy some time. I think we need to buy some time for Invictum, according to Coveter. So I will stay on for a little bit.
Yep. Sounds good. Very impressive. What do you think? Does Cash have that reflectile? And does he have what it takes to bring it to the finals and get that crown?
He's the favorite, right? So
he is, yeah.
But to be honest, like Mino, man, like Mino is a threat. Like this guy works so hard. He thinks, so he's thinking a lot. Like he's getting his experience under his belt, and yeah, so I'm also very excited about what Mino and to see what he brings to the table.
Good stuff indeed. And that is the match that we will be witnessing next. It is gonna be Mino. He is not playing Cash just yet. Mino has to win, and then they play. If an upset happens and Angie suddenly wins, then it's gonna be mind-blowing. Where Mino, who has back-to-back high win rate in big events, in small events, in arena. This is a guy who is built for the tournament setting. And if he loses, then it's a totally different game. But that is the game that we will be witnessing. That is the matchup that we will be witnessing right now. And I think things are ready. It is gonna be our third caster, fourth for the day, but third coming in. Invictum is joining us. Before we bid adieu to G-Hose, we hope you had a good time so far. So we'd be glad to have you again for these reflectile matches in the future as well. So it should be very exciting. It should be very interesting. And let's have Invictum come right in and join us. Let's go. Let's see. Let's have a look. There you go.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you, Gios, and thank you, Ruthless Reg, for welcoming me here and for this amazing opportunity as well. I cannot wait to see Axie Classic going full-blown back here on the esports scene. Again, it's been so long since we've casted since we've last casted Axie Classic, and now we're going back here to our roots, and we're finally seeing some crits again and some of the most amazing plays we've seen so far in Axie Infinity.
Yep, that's true. That is very true indeed. So I guess Invictum is going to be joining me, and Jihos is going to be logging off. I'm guessing watching from the sidelines, still seeing how that Reflectile is going to be faring against Mino or Angie, depending on who wins this match. It's going to be very, very exciting. Any news from V2? According to the chats, there's a lot of news. I could reiterate it at some point in the future as well. But so far, we are now into the second semifinals. Whoever wins this moves on to the finals. Thank you, Jihos. See you in a bit again. And yep, let's go. Should we go right at it?
Here we go.
All right, much love,
Let's
guys.
see.
I'm signing out. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Yeah, it felt good to have a little bit of an Axie Classic, twist back in our lives. So
Feels good.
Well, let's take it step by step. Like and we'll I'll leave you guys from here. But yeah, check out my Twitter as well. Like, I made an announcement for those that want to know a little bit more about the news. Right, basically, there's gonna be a tournament. There's gonna be a new Axie Classic tournament this September, and we're gonna use the Classic leaderboard after a refresh or reset to as the qualifiers. So
Nice.
Sending love, sending strength.
Exciting.
It was a lot of fun. Shout out to Chief, Ruthless. It was a pleasure to cast with you, man. And yeah, welcome Invictus. And yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Ciao. Oh.
See you, Gios.
Bye.
Invictus. Not Invictus. That's the movie with
So
all right, peace.
Cool. All right, let's go. Let's jump right to it. Now we have second semifinals, Mino versus Angie. How you feeling, brother? Are you excited for the semifinals?
Oh man, I've been so excited that I have actually been casting, and at the same time watching the past few games, and I
Nice.
cannot wait to get back into the ball game here again. So far, we've seen a lot of very powerful players matching up against each other, but so far, the most dominant ones have always been the ones that are carrying the right type of basically the barbecue composition, wherein they are all equipped with lunges and spiky
That's
wings.
true.
And
That's true.
it's just been one hell of a mayhem, and I cannot wait to see more.
Awesome, awesome. All right, so it's Mino versus Angie. Let's bring up their roster and see what they have in the table. Do we see lunges is the first question. It looks like it's a yes. It's lunge everywhere. There is a lot of lunge right now. There is, I think that's an aqua lunge from Mino as well, or is that even... Yes, that is an aqua lunge. The fourth Axie on Mino's side is an aqua with lunge. Very impressive. So it's new, totally different. We'll have to see how it fares against the pure reptile lunges or pure dusk lunges. There's also poison in Mino's lineup, but not full poison. It's poison with juggling balls from the mech.
Yeah, and we can see
Another interesting thing.
Yeah, we can see
Yeah.
a couple of other poison parts as well, like the yam for Minos plant, and
Yeah.
again that tail from the reptile. And as far as we can see, Samus here doesn't have any cleanse scent, so that's gonna be a very interesting matchup for Mino if he does use the poison composition here, and at the same time, Samus here also has a couple of again the lunges. We will never see. I guess we won't see any player right now that doesn't have a lunge this late in the game. And at the same time, as far as we can see here, again, like you mentioned, that aqua composition with the lunges will prove really crucial depending on how it's used. But with those double plant on the side of Samus here, it's gonna be critical on how they're gonna be utilizing the class advantages.
That's true. That's very true. Aside from that, Angasimos also has double discard bug lineup where he goes double bug plus the Pokeback line with the Aqua. That's very strong as well. That controls the opposing player's hand so much where it's just unable to play anything at that point because he or she would have... Oh, it's Mino. So he wouldn't have any other cards to play. Just whatever is drawn from the top 3 cards. There is that to think about. And we've seen the lunge as well from Angasamos with the bird. That's a totally different Axie. Lunge with a bird lineup. There's no normal Dusk Lunger here. There's 2, and then there's the bird, which is totally different, but it's been winning a lot of games so far. In the quarters, there's been a lot of wins from this birdie, even against mirror birds as well. So very interesting to see. It would be very cool to see that again. Might be something to look forward to as these matches progress. In terms of matchup, they are just thinking about their comps. They are just feeling what they want to be bringing in. What do you think? What is both of these players going to bring first?
I would say the most... the safest lineup so far would be to bring out the lunge compositions, but we've seen Mino use a poison composition so far, so that might be a good idea, especially if he can predict when Samus is going to be using that Indes Bird, because with that Indes Bird opens up the possibility of Samus going to the back lane there and basically just eliminating the threat from that Yam, unless Mino puts that plant Yam on the back lane, which is highly unusual. But going back to the V2 class, V2 days, I have been using that plant as a late game, but it did have a Drain Bite. Now this plant has, it doesn't have a Drain Bite, so that's one crucial part that eliminates it. That eliminates all the chances of it being applied to the back lane instead of the front lane. So if I were to say, it's gonna be the lunges first, and then they're just gonna be feeling each other from there, see where it goes, see the best composition that they could use to counter the opponent.
Yep, that's fair. Start with lunges and see where it goes from there. That's a safe start actually, and we've seen that a lot so far in these quarterfinals where everyone was just playing lunges first and then deciding afterwards what to bring to the table. We're just waiting on both of these players to challenge each other to bring out their Axies, and we'll have our second semifinals to see who moves on to the finals. Very exciting, very interesting. This is a lot of AXS on the line, ladies and gentlemen. This is a big pool of AXS right now. I believe we've got games soon. It is gonna be very interesting to see. It is gonna be very cool to see.
I would like to see.
Yeah.
I would like to see Samus actually use that in this bird. But at the same time, I can see Samus just bringing out that Aqua with the Sugar Rush, just so he can push through Mino's defensive Axies as early as possible. Because with that Spiky Wing and Sugar Rush combo, it's gonna be a very interesting offensive play for Samus here. Meanwhile, I do remember a lot of highlights coming from Mino and actually other players using poison composition. So that's another thing that I would love to see happening here on the semifinal, especially this far into the game. This is where you would want to play your safest bets, but at the same time, this is the exact opportune moment where you should be outclassing and outsmarting your opponent. So it all boils down to a balance between the safest moves and the most unpredictable moments that you can make out of your situation.
Plus crits as well.
Yeah, the crits. Yeah, we cannot get rid of that crit.
Oh, Jiho's in the chat. No reflectile. Sadly, we don't have any reflectile right now from both of these. We'll be seeing it soon. Again in the finals, we've got game. This is game number 1 for your semifinals number 2. Let's jump right in. And we have action. Let's see.
It's gonna be Samus
bringing in the double discard bug versus lunge. What do you see?
Right now, so with the double bug here, there's gonna be a lot of damage being taken from Mino's side because of those lunges. Again, adding up even more stacks of damage from the class advantage. Now there's gonna be 38 HP on round number 1 alone. And this type of composition from Mino is very, very deadly when it comes to just dishing out damage as soon as you get the cards. And as far as we can see here, Samus is also bringing in not only some form of bug, but utility bugs with the parasites, the square teeth, the bag splot, and of course the fish snack and that scarab curse. So with those parasites, Mino would want to play his cards as soon as he gets them, or before Samus can use those parasites to remove the cards and discard them.
That is true indeed. This is a good call actually from Angasimos, because if you look at Mino's comp, usually lunges, their back cards are bug splats.
True.
So that if you play against these kinds of comps, you can bug splat these bugs out of this game. But there's nothing. There's not a single bug splat from Minos' side. There's no slippers anywhere from that side. There's no slippers anywhere now that bug as well is out from Angasimo's side. So that means even with Angasimo down 1 Axie, there's a chance for him to get back into this game. Just because there's no bug splats at all in sight.
I agree with you on that.
Interesting.
Especially with the bug cards going up against that front lane Dusk. But looks like this is going to be Samo going in with the Fragile plus the Koi there. I think that was a Koi or an Angry Lamb. But here comes the kill. Looks like it's not going to be enough. 50 HP remaining for that front lane. This discards 1 card from Mino. And again, right now, Samo is slowly but surely equalizing the battlefield.
That is true. The only thing though is if we look at it from numbers wise, even with the discard, Mino still has 1 extra card.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
So maybe it was a bit too late to start discarding. You want all of the discards to come in. But the problem is the first Axie went down so quickly. So it wasn't even able to deploy its discarding cards.
And he manages to steal 1 energy as well. So Mino right now about to take out. Nope, still alive. 8 HP remaining. And with a critical right there on the mid lane. Follows it up with 109 damage. That mid lane bug is doing its thing. It's putting all the value to that Axie. Samo right now is trying to hold on for dear life. But again, like you mentioned, Mino right now has the capacity to actually end the life of that mid lane. And just keep playing to his advantage. Keep building up, stacking up the little factors that are giving him all of the momentum in this game.
That is very true indeed. Here we go. Follow-up attacks are coming in. Does he survive? Looks like he still survives. Does this kill though? Dead. Because of fragile double shields, it deals double the damage against shield. So even if it's 99 shield, only 40 plus of the damage goes to the shield. The rest of the damage goes to the HP. That was not a lot of HP. There is still a... heals it back up.
Oh no!
I was gonna say there's a chance, but that heal hurt a lot.
Yeah,
that heal is painful.
The swallows are just gonna be coming in and just healing up that Axie, but right now it's gonna be going in with the damages, fully maximizing the value of that mid lane with 63 HP remaining. But again, Samus right now does have the advantage when it comes to speed, but the back lane of Mino is just waiting, rearing to go into active duty to take out the last remaining Axie of Samo here. Let's see if Samo can pull out one last miracle to take a victory against Mino.
If Mino doesn't draw offensive moves, Angasamo might just survive actually and try for one more big attack. These sugar rushes are dishing out a lot of damage. Wow, Mino might not kill. Oh, it does kill. Yeah, it was close, but he got the kill. It was scary.
Yeah, it was scary. It was a very close game, especially with that Anger Lump being the effect of the Anger Lump being activated, which allows it to deal 120% damage if the Axie is below 50%. So Samus Angasamos was actually in the right situation there for victory. But again, like you mentioned, the moment Mino drew couple of attack cards, that's essentially secured the victory for him.
That's true. That is very true indeed. The stun was helping when that backline was stunned, but it was just not enough. Almost got there, but still Mino managed to clinch the victory. Well calculated from Mino's side, so well done indeed. It is now 1-0 towards Mino. We are now gonna be going to a game number 2 very soon. Let's have a look at their comps and see what they might decide to bring to the table. Let's see. They might even go for stick to the same comps. Let's jump in and see what they're bringing. Oh, they decide to change.
Angasamos changing to a full launch composition, discarding the 2 bugs that he brought into the battlefield earlier. But look at this, going in
Big
full
attacks.
damages with those lunges to the front lane. Still alive though. Let's see if he can manage to eliminate that. But no, 104 shields up and just enough to go in with damages on the front lane. But again, here comes the finisher with that Goda and the Jaguar. That was a good move there. But again, now Mino with the cattail play, he gets a couple of cards in his deck.
Yeah. The only thing is Gasamo did one extra attack there. Like Goda followed by Jaguar. Maybe you don't need the Jaguar. Goda is nice because it burns the energy as well. So maybe Goda Cattail, because with one extra attack, you lose out one bit of extra damage.
True.
Which means at this point, Angasamo would have had the Jaguar still and one energy still.
Yeah.
And that could be game changing even in the mid to the late game. But Minos is still going at it, dishing out attacks. Lunges are coming in, followed by another set of lunges and cottontails as well.
God. That's a lot of energy gained and stolen as well with that rise from the back lane. It's down to a 2v2 situation, but let's go back to what Reg said a couple while ago. I'm sure a lot of you right now are having war flashbacks to when you were just one energy away from victory here on Axie Classic. There were a lot of moments like that, and again, here in Axie Classic, every single factor counts. Even that one energy that you lose on a Goda is very important. That's why we always take into calculation those energies that are burned, that are destroyed or stolen. But here comes a full onslaught from Angasamo from the back lane there. Follows it with a fragile to the mid lane. Still, so no energy actually with Angasamo using all of the energy that he had. Here comes a Nemo. Followed it up with that sticky goo. But with those heal ups, he's just gonna be keeping on healing back up. Looks like this is gonna be a kill with 2 bars of last stand remaining on the mid lane.
Wow, look at that. Now it is down to Angasamo's bird to try and kill a Dusk and an Aqua. It might be too late for for this Dusk at this point. But can this bird still clinch it? Doesn't kill the Aqua. Right there.
No.
Wow, very, very scary. Elijah in the chat, Classic forever. Looking good, actually. Classic has been so far so good. A lot of good plays across all of the Axie so far. Reflectiles have been seen, lunges, double aquas. Birds with lunges are now in here as well. Some new iterations of lunge.
They're pulling
from Season
out
21.
all the stops.
That is true. That is true indeed. For real, for real. From the chats right there. Big attacks incoming. And that's it. Minos takes 2 games from Angazamo. Is now down to 1 game before winning this match. Angazamo can do a reverse sweep, potentially, and win against Mino. But that is rough. Mino is a veteran. Mino has a strong history of winning tournaments, is backed up by very strong teammates as well, and is set up to try and get that victory. Let's see. Let's have a look as well at the brackets right now to see at the Axie pool right now to see what is going on and what can they bring. What can they bring to the table right now?
At this point, I don't think Mino would need to actually change tactics because what he's doing is already working. So the pressure is on Angazamo, especially with two score deficit against Mino. So now Angazamos would need a lot of wit, a lot of guts, and a lot of thinking going into game number 3 because this might go into a full sweep on Mino's side. But at the same time, this presents an opportunity for Angazamos to actually go for a reverse sweep. Now, we know Mino as a champion and one of the most prominent players in Axie Infinity in general, not just in Classic. But here it comes. Game number 3, people. Again, Mino 2-0 against Angazamo. Angazamo really needs to pull out a miracle or some form of hyperbolic chamber training here out of against Mino.
That is true indeed. Mino chooses to keep everything as is. And I think that backline from Mino is such a unique Axie. And I think it's doing its thing successfully by pressuring the energy via Rice and generating energy as well from the midline. So there's a lot of setup happening from Mino's side of things. Like, look at that. Stealing the one energy that Angazamo chose to keep. So that is one stolen successfully. Tail Slap comes in to generate energy again. Timbers go in though to dish out a lot of damage. Follow-up attacks as well. Wow. Look at that. Mino destroys one Axie, steals one energy, and is set up for the next turn right now with 3 Axies remaining. 1 at 72 HP. Very low, but still happy to have 3 Axies right there. There's a slight advantage from Mino's side of things right now.
True.
Very interesting.
You know, the thing about compositions like this with the lunges is you would want as many energy as you can, and that's exactly what Mino's composition is doing with the Rice and the Cottontail there. But looks like there's gonna be the end for the mid lane, the front lane there. Now 211 HP remaining for the mid lane, gains more energy. Again, this is what Reg was talking about with the energy control from Mino's side there. Now Angazamo will always have that certain doubt of whether he should save up energy or not because of that Rice. And at the same time, Mino can just keep on getting a lot of energy. Like right now, going into this round, he has 7 energy total, and he can just deal 7 cards maximum against Angazamo here, and that would clear off the mid lane.
That is true indeed. Angazamo chose to not do anything, but I think the balloon is gonna kill.
Oh God.
Wow, that is big from Mino's side. Angazamo killed the midline. That is a no-turn from Mino. 4 cards down the drain right there. Look at that. Angazamo saying it is not over until it's over. And now Mino doesn't have a lot of cards against Angazamo's 5 cards with 1 Axie remaining. Angazamo just flipped the script in this game.
Yeah.
Look at that. Very impressive indeed.
One of the things that we always used to say when casting Axie Classic is that you never know who's gonna win until the very end, because there could be crits, there could be outplays, there could be perfect calculations going into every single round. And right now, Angasamo is going in with the Nimos, follows it up with a Sticky Goo again. Right now, Angasamo is just waiting for the right opportunity to burst out the back lane here. But the problem right now is that Mino has that Swallow, and Angasamo does not have a Scarab to counter out that heal that Mino will be playing shortly.
That's true, that's true. The only thing that Angazamo wants to do now is end the game before the heals comes in.
Yeah.
So he is gonna be dishing out big damage. Peacemaker, Balloon comes in. And Angazamo wins against Mino. Look at that. We thought it was a very strong lead towards Mino in this game, but it changed just like that. Just in an instant. Everything changed from Mino's side because the midline Axie died before it was able to do its follow-up attack. That was 4 cards down the drain.
And
well done to Angazamo.
You know, the thing is, Mino actually had good calculations coming into that round. You know, he went stack for stack with the cards. He knew that he could defend, but Angasamo just went up and outsmarted Mino there by adding up that balloon, and it was a clinical finish on that mid lane, just taking out an entire batch of cards, wasting 4 energy for Mino. Yeah.
Wow.
It looks like we're gonna be heading on to game number 5, people. Let's see if Angasamo can keep on going with the momentum, or will Mino finally get the point that he needs to win this game.
They're keeping all of the same lineups right now, actually. Very interesting. So what is going on is it's both sides of the field choosing to keep all of the Axies. So in their minds, they're thinking, all right, I just got unlucky and I just need 1 set of nice cards to win the game. And both players are thinking that. That's why it's the same lineups across both of these.
Look at that.
Very, very interesting.
Full-on battle right here. Going toe-to-toe. Fire against fire. It's gonna be mayhem. It's gonna be fragile. Applied to the front lane. Follows it up with a launch from Angasamo's side. But Mino not backing down. Trying to take out the mid lane there. But looks like here comes the finisher. Taking out that front lane from Angasamo. It's down to a 2v3 situation with the front lane of Mino now low on health. Again, that was an amazing play from both sides, with Mino getting that rise and Angasamo just going full ham with all of the energy that he had, eliminating any chances for Mino to steal any cards. But here comes Mino going in. Actually, Angasamo taking out the front lane there, equalizing the battlefield yet again.
But he's happy for Mino because the lunge never got to go to the midliner of Mino. Because what happened was that Axie went into last stand, and Angazamo's attack with the lunge went to that Axie as well. So nothing to the midline. But you can't do anything about it if you wanted to do the tail slap combo. One way is he could have skipped. At that point, if Mino attacked, then Mino would be removing his last stand Axies. So very interesting right there. Is it 2 games to 2 games right now? Is this a game number 5?
Oh, wait. Oh, so this is a game number 5.
Wild.
So right now,
it's deciding.
Yeah,
the victory.
The make or break moment for both players. Again, they are battling for a position in the grand finals, and right now Angasamo is dealing so much damage against that mid lane of Mino that it has gone down to 139 HP. But at the same time here, Mino has managed to apply a Scarab Curse on the mid lane of Angasamo here, eliminating any chances of him being able to heal up. But at the same time, he still has 2 Sticky Goose, which would allow him to at least have a chance to outplay Mino again with a stun.
That is true. That is true indeed. Razor Bite would have healed a lot of damage without that Scarab because that's an Aqua midline. You can bite that and heal a lot of damage. But there's no biting with a Scarab. That Axie survives but dies to the Razor Bite, and it is now again a 2v1 scenario. No energy from Mino's side again. That Axie was no-turned by Angazamo. I think chat, it's 2-1 according to chats as well. I think it's 2-1 as well. We are
confirming right now.
Just to confirm, it is a nice game so far, so we don't mind at all.
Yeah, we can go all the way to game number 5. And we're gonna be happy casting for these people because they are just at the top of their game right now, and they are showing a lot of potential, and even more so for Axie Classic and what it can do in the long run. Now, Angazamo going in, hoping to end this once and for all, but looks like Mino is gonna be answering back with that fragile.
No.
Goes in with a Rice, steals 1 energy, equalizing the energy economy here for Mino and Angazamo.
The problem though was that the stun from the sticky goo from the snail shell went to the lunge of Mino.
Yeah.
And he does not want it. Oh, and this is gonna be healing back up with a crit. Oh my golly gosh, that hurts
critical.
a lot. But Mino is healing back up.
Oh man. This is the
That
make or
is-
break moment for
Still
Angazamo.
very close.
Yeah.
For
The-
both
the-
players' side.
Basically, we just got a confirmation. This is basically a 2-1 game so far, with Angazamo having 1 point and Mino having 2 points. But like Reg mentioned, this is a very close game. We can see both players having no energy. Mino just having used, I think that was 2 swallows, meaning it would take at least 1 to 2 turns before he can get those swallows again. And meanwhile, Angazamo here has a lot of damage cards, just no energy. Let's see what he's gonna be doing here. He's gonna be going in with 2 lunges, coming right up, stabs through the defenses of Mino, applies 1 fear, but Mino, being a smart guy, goes in with a fragile, and at the same time tries to dish out a couple more damages against Angazamo and manages to heal up again.
That's true. What Mino needs to redraw is lifesteal. Needs to redraw the catfish to draw to gain life again, to set up for future turns. Angazamo is gonna be dishing out a lot of damage and is faster, but if Mino is able to survive, then he would be in a good spot. So that is what Mino needs to redraw. Buzzing Wind, and then followed by, which is Spiky Wing, followed by Catfish and a Lunge, which he already has, I think, or double Catfish even. That might be even better. Just dish out more damage. Oh, Drew 1 actually, which is really good. Very
It's gonna be
smart
119,
as well.
119 plus a fear.
Oh.
A critical on that balloon pop, goes in with the Spiky Wing to dodge the fear, follows it up with 1 Rise and 1 Swallow. Again, neck and neck, 115, 144, 0 energies each. Again, this is a battle of attrition. Angazamo trying to destroy Mino, but we are entering the Blood Moon Curse rounds. Here comes double hair missiles coming from the skies, taking out Mino, equalizing the battlefield, equalizing the scoreboard. We are going to game number 5.
Wild. Very, very wild indeed. Angazamo proving to himself that he is not one to get knocked out so easily. It is now a game number 5. GG so far. Very fun game from both players. But the end carrots were just too much for those dusks. For those, a lot of dusks from Mino's side didn't survive the carrot attacks actually. So well done for Angazamo, and I think he's the only one with a bird with a lunge. And I think we're jumping right into game number 5, folks. They're at it with the same comp again and again and again and again. And this is the 5th game with the same comp.
Yeah, we've seen this time and time again. And this is essentially a rivalry at this point in time. 173, 110. Again, early damages coming from both sides. But so far, Angasamo has a slight advantage when it comes to HP. And actually, on the last few rounds, I was thinking Mino had a bit of an advantage because of the class composition. But at the same time, with those hair daggers, I noticed that Angasamo was just saving up those hair daggers for when he could use two of them at the same time plus a balloon pop. And that critical was just very essential on his win. But I think even without that, those hair daggers would have done the trick.
That is true indeed. Quick question from Elijah in the chat. Is the other semifinals played already? Yes, it has been played. Cash has moved on to the finals. Jiho was casting that semifinals with me and enjoyed the final Reflectile game, which was very cool to see. And yeah, it is good time so far for V2.
We gotta give it to our god Jiho's, because he was only told to cast one game, but for his passion for the game made him want to cast twice, and he even had fun with it. And it just shows how much fun and how much passion he has for Axie Infinity as a whole, his entire project here. Now, again, that's gonna be a Goda, follow it up with a lunge, a bit of damage on the mid lane.
True that indeed. The Minos is in a bit of a pickle in terms of HP because there's one less Axie right now. Let's see if he is able to swing this game back in. There's a lot of potential still, even with how it looks, because of Rice. Rice from Mino's backline Axie could just change the pace of the game, stealing energy back. As long as he times it right when the opponent skips, it should be good to go. And he does it now. Opponent does not skip though, which means Mino is going to be putting it into this frontline Axie critical. It's not needed, but you want to see more of it in this
game. A fashionable end for that front lane of Angasamo with that critical. Now, 35 HP for the mid lane of Mino here, but at the same time, he does have that Scarab Curse. He's gonna be going forth on the turn, but if he could get in that Scarab Curse, it would be highly essential to take out the ability to heal off that mid lane. But right now, Mino is in a bit of a pickle against Angasamo.
True that indeed. Let's see what goes on next. Is there gonna be a specific big attacks? Angasamo is not chilling at all. Chooses to do tail slaps to regenerate energy for the next turn. This is big because even if Mino tried to rise, there was nothing to steal. Because the tail slap is the slower Axie.
True.
So he generated energy after this Axie would have moved. So there's a slight advantage towards Angasamo right now.
And you know,
let's see.
One more unfortunate thing for Mino was that he didn't draw any defensive cards, or at least lunges, for the mid lane. And he didn't manage to actually risk trying to defend that mid lane so he could stack up even more energy going into a 2v1 situation. But here comes Angasamo going in with a hair dagger, follows it up with a balloon. Now, Mino dodging that, fear with the spiky wing, follows it up with two swallows, and dodges it.
Heal doesn't come in.
Oh my god, that's gonna be 104, 104, 47, 24 HP remaining for Mino. This is looking really dire for Mino.
Oh my. Look at that. Is this gonna be a reverse sweep? Is Angasamo gonna take it? Or is Mino gonna claw his way back in with 24 HP? It is gonna be scary. It is gonna be very interesting though to see how it plays out.
Right
Pretty
now,
much GG from the chat. Let's see.
Mino right now is staring down on death's door. Here comes the last stand.
And
here comes the last fight in Mino. It's gonna be a peacemaker to take out Mino.
Sweep from Angasamo. Wow. Very, very impressive indeed. Chats from Elijah need double swallow crit. Yep, without dying. That was a struggle. Mino did very well though. So far up to the semis, got really far. Was about to win it, but got reverse sweeped in the end
Yeah.
by one of our other dark horses, Angazamo. Well done. Props to you. Mino was a titan and you managed to just get over and slay the game. So very, very impressive. Very well done indeed. And that is the semifinals actually. Well done. They still have a game off stream. Let's have a look at the brackets actually to see what happens now. So, Mino, it's not updated, but Mino wins that game. And then afterwards, he is going to be playing against Cash for the big event, for the finals. Mino moves on to the bronze match, so it is loser of 5, which was Baby Boy. Mino is going to be playing against Baby Boy for 3rd and 4th place, while Angazamo is going to be playing against Cash for the finals, for the big event, for the winner takes all finals. It is a huge prize pool for today, so it's going to be very, very exciting. GG's from the chats. Everyone was happy. So far, so good. That is us for now. We will be right back though. We're gonna be having a quick break and then we will be back on. Huge shout out to Sky Mavis for giving us the prize pool and providing us with the opportunity to make this happen, as well as Esports for Everyone, the organizers behind the scenes that is making this stream happen as well. Shout out to both these organizations. 5 minutes, we'll be right back. See you again soon.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
per se. It is a launch of sorts, right? With the way that Axie is coming back.
It's like a
with Axie
relaunch.
Classic.
Yeah.
Yep, it is gonna be huge. There are a lot of big announcements for Axie Classic in play. One of them is the Battlegrounds. Very, very interesting. So what is this Battlegrounds? For those that are unaware, Wednesday and Saturday, mark your calendars, because every time on those days we will have Axie Classic tournaments where they'll be playing. The contenders will be playing for 30 AXS. 3-0 every Wednesday and Saturday. This is on top of Jiho's announcement, where they are going to be playing the arena for a mini leaderboard to see who qualifies for the big event for the 512 players. The Battlegrounds that we are talking about is going to be qualifying you for a different kind of thing, but more details in the future. But for now, we've got Battlegrounds every Wednesday and Saturday. Time zone wise, it is going to be changing back and forth between European time zones and Eastern time zone. So it goes back to back, basically. So very fun times. How are you feeling about Axie Classic right now, Invictus?
Oh, a lot of things prepared and a lot of things planned for Axie Classic, and I cannot wait to see even more of this, especially with the nostalgia kicking in right now, and at the same time just watching these players return to our home, return to our roots, and just battle it out, and then see a lot of new faces, a lot of familiar names going back to Axie Infinity. I think that's what this is about, just strengthening the community even more, and at the same time growing it further. Plus, it's just giving the most fun to the people and giving the most fun to everyone involved in Axie Classic. So of course I'm excited. I'm very much excited to see even more of what's in store for this game, the Axie Classic and Axie Origin as well, of course. But again, we are now heading into the grand finals, people. We're gonna be witnessing two of the best players so far here in the Throwback battle it out for the grand prize. Let's see the brackets here. It's gonna be Cash versus Angasamo. They came all the way from the quarterfinals. Cash battling it out against Moose, defeating Baby Boy as well, and now on the grand finals. Meanwhile, Angasamo fighting off Pito of Bluebird and Minnow, one of the top contenders for the Throwback, and now he's up against Cash. Oh, one more thing, do check out the link in the chat if you are interested with the battlegrounds for Axie Classic. Now let's head back here to let's head back here to the grand finals.
Sounds good. Sounds very good indeed. Chats are saying Angasamo is Endar, which
I've been hearing that as well.
Yeah, if it is, then well done to Angasamo / Endar.
Yeah.
It is Endar is a familiar name. Endar we know is a very strong contender. So that is something very cool to see. If that is true, then props to Endar. They are now in the finals versus Cash, which
now
is very cool.
Chat is saying Baby Boy is Endar. I'm so confused.
Baby Boy is Endar. That is so confusing to the max. Very wild indeed. So now we've got Cash versus Angasamo. Let's see. This is their Axie pools. What do you see here, Invicto?
Alright, so for Cash here, we can see the Reflectile. We can also see the Shrimpinator Aqua right there. And the Numbing Liquation Triple Lunges composition. He also has the God Aqua. He has the God Reptile. He doesn't have any... Oh, I think that's a God Bug as well. So he doesn't have a God Mech. Meanwhile, let's focus on Cash here. I think what he would be doing on the first game would be going for a possible back lane lunge, and then mid lane would be the Nemo, Scarab Curse, Arco, Aqua, and or most like he can actually go for the back lane Aqua as well, back lane God Aqua as well. But for the front lane, I would say a lunge as well. But what do you think about Angasamo's composition here?
We see the double discard bug again. That is very strong, especially, for example, if he plays against Cash's Reflectile. Because that Reflectile needs a lot of cards, the God Rep. That needs a lot of cards to be strong. And something that these discard bugs do is they just dismantle your hand to the point where you just can't play well as a Reflectile. So that is something that Angazamo can bring to the table. Aside from that, the lunge with the birdie has been working so far, even against Mino, who is a veteran of the game. He just couldn't handle the bird. So the bird is the word for Angazamo. I think all stream he's been playing this bird, even from the quarterfinals. So very cool, very interesting to see. Mitsubishi in the chat, lol, Cash has everything, according to...
Oh, hey, Michi! What's up,
How
man?
are you? How are you? And
Long
JBV, Cash wants the money, according to JVV. Very cool indeed. It is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. In terms of matchup-wise, I think they're just not prepared for the bird so far. No one has defeated the bird. So maybe this bird is the X factor that's been winning these games.
Yeah.
But Cash has seen 2 games now so far for Angazamo, and I bet Cash has been watching the other game as well before the tournament of before this finals. He's safely in the finals watching the last semis.
Yep.
So he knows how Angazamos plays. I don't know if that takes the edge of the bird, or maybe this bird is just too strong that no one can handle the bird. It's gonna be interesting. Chat is saying from Berting 3-1, Angazamos wins. Kira asking me to come home. We're gonna be avoiding that for a bit. We don't want to get too wild when we get home. They're saying to start now because people are sleepy. We're just waiting for these players to challenge each other. We are waiting for history to be rewritten once more. This is the Axie Classic Throwback. It is now the finals. It is Cash versus Angazamos. We are just chilling for a bit. Let's see. Oh, that plant from Cash actually is another interesting one with the Beach, Scarab, Leech, and Kotaro.
Oh, yeah.
Very strong.
Didn't notice
very
that.
Interesting. We've seen that in action, and it is a very strong plant.
Right
Cash
now,
God Rep
I'm
will win it all.
If Angazamos goes for that back lane bird again with the lunge, Cash can go for the Shrimpinator. He can go to the back lane, but the thing here is he has to go for the battle he has to go to the back when Angazamos least expects it. But here we go. Game 1 is ready, people. Let's head into it again. This is the accumulation of the top 512 finishers going all the way here to the grand finals. Cash versus Angazamos for the 1000 AXS. Here we go. Starting right off the bat with a very powerful maneuvers coming from both sides. This is going to be a critical as well. A criticute, if you will. Now Angazamos, 98 HP remaining. Meanwhile, Cash here, still on full health. Relatively full health, actually. And now, the thing here is Angazamos has 2 more energy than Cash.
That is true. The only thing is Cash tried to capitalize and attack really hard that turn. The only thing is there was a cattail, so Angazamo was able to draw a lot of cards that turn, and he is now going to be following up with his own big attacks. Look at that. That is so painful to see. Lunge from Cash's side keeps that Axie alive even. And the cattail keeps it alive as well. But the Kotaro ends that Axie. Very strong Kotaro from Cash. Generates the energy because that's a reptile, which means it's quite slow. It's a bit faster than a plant, but slower than Dusk's.
Now
and
look
he
at this.
wants it to be slow.
Yeah, now look at this situation with the front lane still being used as a meat shield. Meanwhile, Cash is just stacking up damages after damages against Angasamo. Plus, he still has the energy advantage earlier, but now Angasamo leveling the playing field here with 2 energies each. Coming into the next round here, they're gonna be having 4 energy. But another factor to consider here is the fact that the back lane of Angasamo's here has a stun. Meanwhile, Angasamo's mid lane would not be able to use any form of melee because of that numbing lacration. So those Why So Seriouses, those Razor Bites have been nullified for the next round.
That is very true indeed. And now here we go. We've got a lot of action coming in from both sides of the field, even with not a lot of energy. But Numbing Electrician comes in. And look at that. This Axie has all melee moves. That means Angasamo's midliner just can't do anything right now against this Axie. Right there. Very impressive. Very interesting indeed.
It's
Look
a sitting
at that.
duck. And the unfortunate thing is he drew all of his cards on the mid lane instead of the back lane because he used up all of his cards earlier to take out the front lane, which actually was not sufficient enough to actually take out and still managed to be used as a meat shield. But here comes round number 5, finally drawing a couple of cards for that back lane there. Here comes a hair, followed it up with 2 lunges, but he's gonna be healing that back up and taking out the mid lane as well. It's down to a
Removing
2v1 situation. Oh my god.
6 cards down the drain. Just like that, from one single Numbing Electrician to set up for a big attack. And he doesn't even have to overcommit because you don't have to think about shields. There's nothing to think about because it's a full melee Axie.
Yeah,
Very
it was
impressive.
nullified. It was essentially rendered useless in that certain scenario. But here comes Cash going in with an energy gain. Angasamo having 5 energy, still not doing anything. Yeah, another 2
gain.
energy, 4 energy coming to the next round. Cash can just go in with all of the cards and all of the damages that he can, but Angasamo fighting back with lunges, 2 peacemakers, and a hair dagger. I think this is gonna be enough to take out the mid lane, but Cash going in with that numbing lacration and a critical as well. Finally shooting down the bird from the skies. That's gonna be game 1 for Cash.
Wow, what a nice first game. We haven't seen that reptile from Cash before. Very dominantly disabling Axies, and we see it now in action. It had to use some cards to disable, not a 0 cost. Ideally, you want a 0 cost because that Axie that you're disabling is not doing anything. But Cash was just capitalizing on the damage being dealt. You know you can't do anything, and then you follow up with big attacks. Even the defensive cards like Snail Shell can't be played at all. There's no sticky goo action if all of your melee cards are disabled by that Numbing Electrician. Well done indeed from Cash's side of the table. And as you said, that bird from Angasamo's has been shot down. So far. It has been dominant, but now it has dropped. It has died. Let's see. That's what we want to see, baby. Is in the chats.
We are seeing
Angasamo could have won
Angasamo.
potentially, according to Zero. Hi there, brother. How are you doing?
Oh, Zero. Hello, guy. Hello, man. And again, that was one hell of a fight. That was just game 1. We're gonna be seeing a couple more games going into this grand finals. We'll see who's gonna be coming out on top. But so far, Cash has the advantage against Angasamo.
That's true. One thing that Angasamo could have done, I guess, is try to save up bird cards and set up for big attacks. What we know, though, is the game is ready, and they are choosing to keep the same lineup, left and right.
There's gonna be
Back
2
to
Jaguars.
back.
Oh, wait, what?
It is gonna be 2 Jaguars. This is gonna be big. It's just reminded.
Everyone, I was confused for a moment there when the health went all the way back to the here comes round number 2 again. full-on attack from I think that was Gasmo. That's gonna be 52 sheer main for the front lane. Still kicking to high gear here for Angasmo going in with lunge. Actually, it was Cash that's going on with full mayhem with the Timber, follows it up with 2 launches, puts that front lane in last stand.
Oh, chat is saying that there's some mic issues happening right now. But yeah, so far I can hear in Victim well. So yep, we'll have a look into that. But so far, so good. Damage from both sides of the table. Last stand is still last standing up to now, which is very interesting to see. No problem whatsoever. That's gonna buy 1 attack. Cottontail can be used potentially. Like for example, Cash can go Cottontail followed by Numbing Licretion from the backliner, disabling this Dusk again, setting up for big attacks. That's one way to go about it. Let's see how it goes.
That's gonna be Scarab Curse going to the mid lane again. Disabling the effect of that Why So Serious at the right opportune moment as well, because now it didn't manage to actually heal up, and it did Cash did put Numbing Licretion as well on that mid lane, disabling all melee attacks. Now 299 HP remaining, and it would not be able to defend itself anymore against Cash's onslaught, especially with 2 energies remaining, meaning 4 energy coming to the next round. This is gonna be a full-on massacre on that mid lane of Angasamo.
That's true. Licretion time. Let's see. I see Kira in the chats. How's our mic? Is everything good now? Everything nice and clear?
Yeah, I tried to
Big
fix it. Let's see.
In.
A critical on that mid lane though, but follows it up with 2 more damages and ends it with the launch and the Kotaro. It's still played for Cash's favor, but at the same time, it's down to a 1v1 situation now, wherein Angasamo has actually managed to equalize the battlefield. This is why the critical is one of the most exciting factors in Axie Classic. And right now, Angasamo going in with a lot of damages, goes in with the Bug's Plot, but with that fear, it misses. Follows it with a Kotaro and the Numbing Licretion. He still has that Hair Dagger, and if he draws a couple more balloons, Cash will be in trouble.
Yeah, if Angasamo draws all of his melee moves like the Peacemaker and the lunges, then it's a different story. Because all of those would be disabled and he would not even be able to play.
Oh man!
Oh, and there you go. Hurt. Not even going through HP at all almost. Just what, 10 damage from the Hair Dagger? While Cash is disabling again.
But wait, I think this is the most this is the deciding factor, because now he's gonna be drawing 3 cards, and that's gonna be 1 Hair Dagger. Oh my god, he did not draw the other Hair Dagger. This is gonna be looking really bad
Very
for
big.
Angasamo. This is gonna be 2 balloon pops, 204, but the Bug's Plot is gonna be missing. Follows it up with a launch, stabs at the neck of that bird. It's gonna be a 2-0 run for Cash so far.
Very impressive, very dominant. That Numbing Licretion, it's doing its thing. Oh my, oh my. It even works against the bird, which we haven't seen before, because it only had to work to the midline. But now we see it's very strong against the bird as well, because the bird has 2 melee moves in the form of lunge and Peacemaker was the mouth. So very impressive, very dominant display. He cashing out. We're making it out of the bag, says Sassine. Cash is cashing out. Let's see. Let's see.
That Numbing Licretion is essentially having the combat capability of that bird, and that's really crucial, especially coming into this late into the tournament. You would want every single factor, every single tactic of your opponent nullified and cancelled out by the time you dish out your own attacks. And that's exactly what Cash is doing right now.
That is true. That is very true indeed. Another thing as well to take note of is we saw in the semifinals a reverse sweep.
True.
So the door is not closed just yet. Cash knows that anything can happen, so he is still going to be playing to his optimum level of performance. Let's see if Angazamo is going to be able to claw it back in. And the winner of that reverse sweep was Angazamo as well. So he knows what it is to be in the 0-2 position and win.
If he manages to just reverse sweep this as well, he would be a reverse sweep god, and I would believe that he has the mental capacity and the mental fortitude to just be subjected to intense pressure and intense situation and yet come out on top.
That is true. That is very true indeed. We will now see what it looks like for the next game. It is now 2-0 to Cash. If Cash wins this next game, Cash is the winner and is crowned the champion of this tournament. If Angazamo wins that game, then we've got a game number 4. And either option is very good for us as casters, as observers of the game. We're happy wherever this road takes us. It is a win-win. We will be jumping soon. Let's have a look at the pools actually to see what Angazamo has options for. Because that bird is locked into the lunch comp, right? So there's no options there. Double discard is another option for Angazamo. Would that work well? That might have some potential.
Yeah, and I think that back lane, I think that's a mech with the blackmail, the eggshell, and the hair dagger would actually work quite well against that numbing liquidation. But here comes game number 3. Again, make or break moment for Angazamo, and they're going for the same lineup. Angazamo is just gonna be using this bird all the way to the very end. We'll see if it's the bitter end or a victorious end. Right now, Cash going in with the lunges, 52 HP remaining for that front lane.
Big attacks from both sides of the playing field. Less HP though from Angazamo's side, and then the Licrition is gonna do its thingy again. What Cash needs right now though is cards, because he wants to set up for big attacks. No cards on the backline means it's gonna have to chill for a bit longer, and that's what it is gonna be doing right now. Goda is gonna come in and burn the remaining energy, but a Bug Splat is enough to end that frontline Axie. And now it is a 2v2 scenario. Let's see where it goes.
This is
2468 from the chats.
It's always in this moment that Angazamo falls behind a little, because with that mid lane open, and with that numbing liquidation already in the hand of Cash, it's gonna be smooth sailing for Cash again, unless Angazamo manages to clear the mid lane of Cash here early on before Cash can actually disable that mid lane. But here comes a Nemo and a Sticky Goo going into the mid lane there. But again, with that Swallow, it's not really that big of a threat.
That is true. That is very true indeed. So now what happens is it is still anyone's game. Big attacks coming in from Angazamo's side. This is going to be enough to end that Axie. It goes into last stand. But that's
this is what we were talking about. He just needed to clear that mid lane and essentially open the back lane of Cash here for all forms of vulnerability, because now with the back lane open, Angazamo can stack up damages to that reptile before his mid lane actually goes down against Cash, and that could be one of the key factors to victory for Angazamo here.
He reverses these is what chat is saying. Let's see. Big attacks still coming in.
It's gonna survive. That's gonna be 97 plus 36. Survives that attack from Cash because of that fear, essentially making sure that the launch would miss against that mid lane. And now Angazamo still has another chance here to save up energy or get more cards to just keep on dishing damages to that to that last remaining Axie of Cash, and that's exactly what he's gonna be doing. Hair Dagger, 2 Peacemakers plus a Fear, misses the lunge again, goes in with the Kotaro, gains 1 energy, but at this point, with 6-7 cards, it's gonna be a defeat on the side of Cash, finally getting 1 point on the side of Angasamo.
What is this?
Oh my
draw
god.
From Sunsin in the chat. Rigged, it's so over. Missiles in the air. Does he reverse this? That is where he likes to be. Angasamo is now 1 game in to this reverse sweep. Let's see, Cash just needs to win 1 game at this point in time. So far, it has been very close, but not just yet. Let's see if he is able to bring out something else to counter out against Angasamo. Let's have a quick look at the Axies, actually. Maybe it's time for Cash to switch it up. Maybe the Lucretian has done its thing. If I were Cash, what plays well against the bird? The Aquas might be good, actually. The Aquas might do well against Angasamo's lineup. The midliner is very scary, though, with the Snail Shell. That is the scary part of things. We've got game. Let's jump right in to game number 4. No switching from both sides.
And the critical right from the get-go from Angasamo here. 219. Follows it up with 144. And now, Cash going in with double Godas and a Timber. Not quite enough. But again, it's an amazing play there for Angasamo. Let's just rewind back to that amazing critical from that Hair Dagger. But at this point, Angasamo just 1 point away from equalizing the scoreboard again. We'll see if he can actually turn the tides around again. And if he does get that second point against Cash, Cash should be worried. Because we've seen this happen against Minnow. And now we're going in with full swing, killing out the front lane of Cash here. There's going to be a 2v3 situation, ladies and gentlemen.
What Cash wanted actually was to clear this midline Axie, this frontline Axie from Angasamo as early as possible. Because you want to be numbing Lucretianing the midline very quickly as well. Because at this point, Angasamo would be able to use the tail slaps and generate energy for the next turn. And what Cash wanted was this to all be disabled right now. So there is that. Cash might go for the cool, I'll pass this Axie by and then give a numbing Lucretian to the next Axie. But there's no such thing happening right now. Cash is doing his thing, but Angasamo is in the driver's seat right now. Is it gonna be another reverse sweep? Is it gonna be history again?
We'll see.
Let's see.
But right now, that mid lane of Cash has already been damaged. It's wounded. And Angasamo's mid lane is still in full health. It's smiling with that Razor Bite against that mid lane. Again, this is the key factor to victory for Angasamo, which is to clear out that mid lane so he can pre-damage that back lane before they boil down to a 1v1 situation. Now, round number 4 is here. It's going to be a Peacemaker going to the mid lane, follows it up with a lunge, 24 HP remaining, but heals up 85, but I think this is enough to clear out that mid lane. Again, this is it again. Angasamo doing his thing, goes in with a bag splat from Cash, but 295 HP is still a lot to clear. Basically, another meat shield for Angasamo here. And with that fear again, Cash is gonna be missing on that Kotaro, and that numbing Lucretian will be disabling the mid lane yet again. Angasamo versus Cash. Angasamo in a position of power against Cash right now.
Very impressive indeed. What is happening right now is Cash needs to prevent this Axie from moving at all. But what Angasamo is doing is just duking it out. Okay, you're Lucretianing me, no problem. I will attack you with my bird, who is not disabled at all in the back line. So it is scary. What happens though is the cards rotate. So if this big attacks coming in.
Oh man, there's gonna be double hair daggers. I didn't know rabbits were reptiles because he is being fed carrots right now. Cash going down. It's a 2-2 situation on the scoreboard. might be going for a reverse sweep yet again, ladies and gentlemen. And Gasamo is doing it. Cash being given a run for his money.
Wow, very, very impressive. Reverse sweep is where Angazamo loves to be placing himself. And it's happening again and again and again. So far, 2-2, it's equalized now. Cash is scared right now. Cash is wondering what he will be bringing to the table. Is he going to be sticking to his guns and keeping with the numbing Lucretian? Maybe if I was Cash, maybe I do G-Host's request again and bring out the reflectile.
Just go for it again, you know. Maybe God G-Host will
way.
bless him again.
Thank you. From the chats, V2 commentary just hits different. That is true. That is true.
Thank you, guys.
It feels different casting V2 as well compared to V3.
Yeah.
And it is exciting. We've
my
got
God, here we
number
go.
5. Here we go. History in the making.
Game
No
number
changes.
5, the last and final battle that we're gonna be witnessing tonight. This is Cash versus Angazamo. We'll see who's gonna be making it to becoming the champion, getting that throne and getting that crown. But right now, Jaguar and Lunge going to the front again. Full on onslaught, round number 1. But we're gonna be seeing a bit of a replay right here. That's
Again.
gonna be there's gonna be a couple of lunges being played and a Goda as well, but no energy destroyed because Angazamo has already used up all of his energy. But
that's
again,
true.
Angazamo is in a bit of a position of power here with a couple of HP advantage. And as far as we can see, Angazamo is trying to destroy Cash's Axies as early as he
Wow.
can.
Yep, the problem is Cash is not clearing this front line quickly enough. That mid line from Angazamo is able to just claw back in.
Yeah.
And it looks like this lunge is gonna go to a one last stand bar Axie as well. Cash does not want to be seeing that. I think Angazamo is gonna be making history today. It's gonna be very interesting to see how this plays
Oh
out.
man, that's a bad draw. Cash didn't get any of the swallows. He needed a swallow so he could equalize the battlefield again. But look at that, the stun going in. And that Razor Bite going through the shields, damaging the HP.
Oh!
But look at that, the critical from Cash as well. That's going to be 264 HP remaining for Angazamo, but not quite enough to equalize the battlefield. Now Angazamo still in a position of power with those hair daggers coming right up. Raining hellfire from the skies, taking out the mid lane.
Oh,
It's
wow.
down to a 1v1 situation actually. Now Cash
Hold on.
with that numbing Lecration. This might just be what Cash needs to cash out from the bank. And Gasamo still giving Cash a run for his money though. Let's see what's gonna happen here.
Here we go, here we go. This is the big turn that dictates how all other turns will be. Lunges are coming in. Big attacks from Cash are coming in though. Disabling all melee moves, including as
man.
Peacemaker. It is still anyone's game at this point. This is scary.
The
Oh,
bird is in trouble, but look at this hair dagger.
oh no, it is
Last
over.
Graces here goes in with the balloon pops, trying to scare the enemy away.
Boom.
But here comes a bug splat, and this is the end
Lunge.
with a
Boom.
lunge, stabbing through the heart of that bird, taking it out
Wow.
from flying from the aerospace itself. And Gasamo goes down. Cash
Wow.
going in with the victory, getting his throne, getting his well-deserved win.
What a final game. Invictum equals Endar is the chat. No, but we saw Cash dominate. We saw Cash claw his way back. Reverse sweep. Not today. Not today at all. And with that, Cash is in first place, winning 102 AXS plus 1 Cyberkong's Genkai. Not just any, the rarest Genkai, but Jenny. One of the rarest. That is Cash's prize. We don't even have a price for that NFT right there. And Gazamo's wins 65 AXS, still really good. And third place, whoever wins between Mino and Baby Boy wins 39.76 AXS. Well done. Well done indeed. What a finals. Cash just cashed out for the Axie Classic Throwback. He is now a champion and has just launched Axie Classic back into the spotlight. We are now in an era where there's Axie Origins, there's Axie Classic, and it is both fun to play. I've had a blast so far. How are you feeling with that final game in Victim?
Oh man, that was one hell of a ride if I've ever seen one. It was a roller coaster, going from a 2-0 deficit with Angasamo again showing signs of life, winning 1 point, winning 2 points, and as far as we've seen, Angasamo was about to reverse sweep Cash there, but Cash going in with the clutch, getting the final point. Again, congratulations to both players. Angasamos will be winning 65.32 AXS and Cash getting the grand prize of 102.24. Congratulations to both players.
Wild. And just for an update, the floor price of that NFT, the Bajeni, right now is 1,100 USD. No joke, folks. That is a big... It's like a plus. But then you think that the plus is a small price, but the plus is 1,100 USD worth of an NFT.
And
well done.
That's just a floor price. It's not
That's
the highest
floor
price.
You can even price it higher.
Yeah.
Someone might buy it. Well done indeed. Let's have a look at the quick brackets and see if it's been updated with Cash's win. Not yet, but that's okay. We will be not streaming the bronze match, which is gonna be Mino versus Baby Boy. We have a champion. Congratulations to Cash. And I think that is us. That is the tournament for today. Huge shout out to all of everything that's happened behind the scenes. Sky Mavis providing with all of these prize pools for this to happen. Shout out to E4E Esports, to everyone for making all of these happen. The casters who were with us today, Chief and Jihos, for making all of this happen. Shout out to Vinny as well for making all of these amazing things a reality. He's the production behind this stream. Props to you. My name is Ruthless Reg. I am joined by Invictum. This is your Axie Classic, the Throwback. We hope you had a blast. This is us signing off. Good day, good evening, good night, wherever you are. See you again soon for more Axie Classic tournaments. See ya. Boom.